Hello there. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hello. Oh god, my voice. It's not even sleepy. It's just I've been using Lady's voice too much. Oh god. This is also the first time I've talked today, and I've been awake for several hours, so. Hello. Me talking? No. Never. Never ever. How wow, I'll be one with the lady. I know, I basically fucking talk like Lady 24/7. I don't know what's my voice and what's her voice. You know, her voice changes all the time, anyways. So it doesn't fucking matter, right? Hey, yo, I forgot. So some of the outfits got changed. Like, some of this stuff got changed. And I woke up, like, a lady woke up in a fucking turtleneck sweater. And I was like, that's not right. Oh, that doesn't even have a dress on it. Hold on. Lady, put your boobs away. Put them away. Where's the dress? Where'd it go? Here it is. Jesus Christ. Okay, bet. Wait, no. She had a harness under it too. Yes, okay. With the boobs. Boobs. Big boobs. Serious. Yeah, I fucking love Lady's voice. It's so much fun. And then I just no, I fucked up. And then I just fucking play Zany and I'm like, hi, my name is Zany. Geek! Congrats on second. Frosty, congrats on first. I'm not hive mining with my own OC.
Need a teleporter here!
Oh. Where's the dress?
Give me the dress.
Okay. Serious. Gonna walk around with that voice changer. I'm about to fist fight you. We're about to go swinging. Oh god, I have to. Oh fuck. Little black dress? What? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Why does she have pants on? Hold on. What is happening here? Is it the shirt? It is the shirt. What was she wearing?
Piss on everything. Make it yours. Claim it as your
Hi,
own.
geek.
That's how you mark what's yours. James, this is mine. Please let me have it, please. Please, please, please. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Please, please don't piss on my chat.
I'll piss on your chat, geek. What you gonna do about it? Thanks, I earned it myself. I know, you did so well. You really earned that second place. God, black and gold just smacks. I don't know. It just looks so good. I am not really a silver fan. This is a little black dress, right? Okay, bet. Silver smacks in its own way, but... Let's see what you see. Uh-oh. I see you. I fucking see you there. Yes, I'm trying to... Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Hardwick is a popular store. What can I say? Uh, little black dress, right? Don't you do it? Let's just. Bitch. How am I doing? It does feel like ages. I'm good. I want to stream more, but eh. I've been having so much fun not streaming, so I'm kind of like just doing that. And, fucking Andre. Fucking Andre runs into the store and changes, slaps a lady's ass, and leaves. Y'all didn't get to see any of it. Right now, I'm just fixing her outfits before changing. Because some of these outfits are like whole tits are out, so. I think they did an update today and I just didn't pay attention, so. Oh, he's back! Another drive-by slap. This is an outfit she wore when she first flew in. God, I already have too many outfits. I don't give that much of a fuck. Like I do, but I don't. But I do. But I don't. Yeah, another drive-by slapping. Here he comes. There he goes. Another one. Okay, bet. Fair and valid. But I want FOMO hitting chat real hard. I know, y'all are missing the fuck out, huh? Y'all are really missing out. I have to make sure everything is right. Okay, hold on. I'm exposing you right now. I'm exposing you right now. Get exposed, nerd. There he goes. There goes the drive-by. I'm fucking dead. I almost M1'd. That would have been bad. Okay, hold on, chat. I'm still. You son of a bitch! Wait, she's like face into the fucking wall. I'm dead. Bitch. Okay, anyways. Okay, I still am trying to figure. What am I doing with my life? Ooh, excuse me. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna end the music there. And. You son of a bitch. Can't wait for payday. Let's go. I know, she got knocked the fuck out. The whole fuck out. Sorry, I have to make sure that I can hear and that y'all can hear. Because if I have music on and I can't hear shit, like, it's. Okay, get close there. Welcome to waiting for me while I'm getting ready for stream. Hi, my name. You son of a bitch. Ooh. Anyways. Anyways. This Friday or next Friday. Hopefully this one, so that you don't have to wait. Good God. Excuse me. I feel you, Geek. No, not you pulling an AK. Brawl in the Suburban, let's go. Don't do it, bitch. Bitch. Okay, hold on. What am I trying to do? Let me decide what I'm trying to do first. Okay, I'm closing that. Y'all, it has been so long since I streamed that you don't know the tea. Lady and AK broke up, like, I want to say last week. They broke up, y'all. Bitch, I swear to God. So Lady and AK are broken up. Yeah, he broke up with her. It kind of like was a thing, like they kind of. Girl, are you okay? Hold on. Get out of the corner. Hold on. There you go. So he can't even. Frosty's like, I can't have one good GTA relationship. Frosty, you got like a year's worth of Zany and Penny. Like, it was kind of like, it is a vibe. Look at, she's just dead. He's like, let me take a picture of this. So like a week and a half ago, AK approached Lady and was like, yeah, I don't know where our relationship is gonna go. Because I eventually want to get married to one person and you are not monogamous. And Lady was like, yeah, you know, that's fine. Like, we could just vibe together and enjoy each other's company until then. And they were like agreed, and then eventually it just kind of became a thing where AK didn't want to, like, he wasn't feeling anything, so he broke up with her. And she was kind of, she kind of knew that it was gonna happen, so she kind of like, some shit had happened like the couple days before, and she was like, all right, I'm tired, get me out. But she wasn't gonna be the one to break up with him. She wanted him to be the one to break up with her, so she kind of let him like let that happen. Um, Frosty's like, God fucking damn it. I'm tired of this shit. Y'all better stay together, you bitches. Frosty, I will say 1 year. Actually, I feel like it was almost 2 years. No, it was 1 year. 1 year is a long fucking time in roleplay. Most roleplay relationships last maybe a month. So, like, people who last longer than 3 months, props. Most RP does not last that long. So, yeah. If Kevin and Gideon break up, me too. I will also pass away. I like those two. They're cute. But on the flip side, Inro, wow. Inro just asked Lady on a date. So in Celestia, Lady's gonna go on a date with Inro. And Lady's also starting to express interest in Oberon. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Look at this. Why is this so fucking goofy? The back arch, I know. Katrina. Meanwhile, she's emotionally support planking. Obi being cute with everyone is like the best. Yeah, Lady told Oberon on their friend date. She was like, "Look, I don't know where the fuck we're gonna go, but I like you and I think you're cool, and I'm not trying to do romance, but you're cool and I really like being with you." And Oberon was like, "I like being with you too." And then she flirted her ass off and made him pass the fuck out by doing a gremlin crouch in front of him in his skirt. So, you know. Meanwhile, Frosty's just like taking notes. Extensive notes. Hey, Ray. Frosty isn't in Celestia yet, but Frosty has the plans. They have plans and they're ready. I say Ray, I probably should have said Rye. I'm not sure. No. Frosty really is iconic. I cannot wait for B to show up. Not them getting up in unison and then, bitch, I have to. Uh-oh, AK and Nevaeh are about to show up. I bet they're leaving again. Lady's about to get such a scoop of tea later. Oh, I'm excited. You gonna wake the fuck up or what?
No. I'm coming
Okay.
down here.
Okay, bye, bitch.
Bye, bitch. Hey, you motherfucker.
It's not like it did
Wanna fight?
anything. We already
fight?
fucking fought, bitch. Uh-huh.
I'm scared.
Give me a bunch of tea right now about Ichabod shit. Yes, give me the Ichabod shit. That's AK and Nevaeh in there. Let's see. I think that's a local right there. Oh yeah, I didn't catch you guys up. So, actually AK came to Lady and was like, "Shut the BD, it's so that stream can see what's on my phone." It's so that stream can fucking see the phone. Why are you judging me? You would just call me Jake. Okay, Jake. Jake, it's so that stream can read the phone easily. It is obtrusive, but yeah. The bigger the phone, the bigger the dick butt in the pocket. See? Frosty understands. Frosty gets it. Anyways, so AK brought up to, Lady that he was interested in Nevaeh. And Lady was like, fucking bet. I love Nevaeh. I had a crush on her. Like, I want to see you guys thrive. All three of us have gremlin energy. Let's go. And so, hold on. She encouraged it. And so Nevaeh and AK started kind of hanging out more, getting to know each other, etc. And the three of them had really good chemistry. And then stuff happened. So they had chemistry, and then AK, like 24 hours later, had an interest in another girl, and Lady was like, go for it. Like, I'm poly, that means you can have multiple partners too. I'm not gonna stop you. Ayo, scary dog privilege.
You have to ask for a special pot muffin, and then they take you in the back. That's the coded signal.
Um,
I'm going home to eat that muffin.
excuse me.
Just humor me.
Stop that. Stop it. And so they were kind of like, it wasn't like a throuple situation. It was more of a like V, where Nevaeh and AK were a thing, and then Lady and AK were a thing. And they even discussed, Lady was like, if you ever want to make it a triangle, we can. And Nevaeh was like, I'd rather just focus on like getting to know AK first. And the Lady was like, bet, I understand, I respect that. As long as we're still chilling as friends, we're cool. And so, I really cannot focus with this music. I gotta put like lo-fi on or something. Or songs to occupy an empty noggin. I think that's perfect. We'll just do this one. Lady's constant elevator music in her head. No, I don't want to, bitch. You get the fuck. Anyways, so, they were working shit out. AK thought he might be interested in another girl. Lady was like, that's cool, we're chilling. I can't remember. I think... I know at one point Lady thought about doing sex work and talked to AK and was like, would you mind if I, like, do that? And he was like, yeah, that's fine, you know. It's like, just a job, it's your body, whatever. So she's like, okay, bet. And then later on... he was like, what do you mean you're gonna, like, do Red Room stuff? And then he's like, we already talked about this. And he's like, nah. It became a thing that also caused issues. And then there was other, like, small shit that built up on top of the whole, like, we're probably incompatible and I don't, like, I want to marry for one person and whatever. And it ended up kind of like breaking off. It wasn't a really bad breakup. Red Room is like, it's a room in a strip club or I think it's a room in a brothel that is like where you go to have sex with clients, basically. So Galaxy Club has a Red Room that you're not actually supposed to use for its intended purposes, I found out. So, yeah, the private rooms. So she was, like, talking to someone about that. And then it just, like, there's just, like, a bunch of small shit that happened, and it ended up, like, they broke up, and then a lady went and talked to Andre about it and was like, she was, like, really fucking bummed, and processing things, and Andre was like, what the fuck? This kind of fucked up. She's like, are you really? Because I don't feel anything. And he was like, no, that's some fuck shit. And so, and she also talked to Enzo about it, because Enzo's, like, her broski. And, like, fucking... You know how, like, in RP, stuff just kind of ripples out? Like, that just naturally happens. You can't do one thing without a bunch of other people around you knowing.
No, I'm not at liberty to say who.
Yeah. A bunch of stuff happened. And then Andre, was, like, talking to people about it, and then AK had to talk to Andre and was like, bro, what the fuck is up? What's good, Kyle? And they worked their shit out, apparently. Yeah, that's why I couldn't do arson. Frosty, please. Frosty's like, RP is like grass. If I set it on fire, everything catches fire. Frosty, please. I hope you're doing well, too. God, I did not expect to see AK and Nevaeh at that clothing store. That shit cracked me up. I was like, oh, they're outside, huh? Wait, what do you mean there's 40 people and there's only... one cop on unless they're all doing reports? That's kind of nutty. If I burn this city, everyone will blame me? Please. You're not wrong, though. Hoy. That's the only text you get. Thank you for the Lark Pastel.
It's fine.
Oh, they're doing
It's fine.
mandatory training?
It's not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine at all.
Do-do-do-do. Mow, 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 mow. Yes. Oh, that's hi, boy. She thought he was saying boys and like boy. Mandatory training. Time to go ape shit. Time to rob a Fleeka. Or not a Fleeka, sorry, a store. I forget that Fleeka is the bank. What the fuck, bitch? You're the dumb one, the fuck? Anyways, Lady and Andre have, like... They have really fucking similar humor and taste, and they've been getting along really well. Do-do. Wow, 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 wow. Some other shit has happened that I don't want to talk about. But is also influencing Lady's interactions right now. She might leave Galaxy. We'll see. I have to see what happens with Galaxy, but she might leave working at Galaxy and just stay at the VU. So she currently works at both strip clubs as a dancer / bartender / whatever they need. Fingers will point at me even if just a single building burns down. You're so right. You're right. Also, why the fuck are the notifications on my phone so quiet? I'm so used to being jump scared by them. And like, they're not even... It's not even like... Let's see, this is for that. What the... Code gave a sneak peek, and I believe we're getting a strip club. We're getting a strip club in Celestia? Bitch, I want a strip club in Celestia. The fuck? That would be dope, Frosty. I think that would be amazing. Sorry, I know I'm not doing anything exciting right now. I'm just kind of like... I'm still trying to catch up. Rain Go Burn. He posted a couple of nights ago. Fuck yeah. Pastel, is it the VU or is it Galaxy? Is it a different strip club? What is it? I want to know. Give me the details. I didn't see it. I've not been paying attention, as you can tell. Not the nut. I mean, you're right, though. You right. Also, once I figure out how to move my icons on the UI, it's over. It's over for you, babes. And you is me. It has polls. That does not... It has... You know what? You know what? You got me there, Pastel. You fucking got me there. You got me there. Yes, I'm trying to move the icons in the bottom. I saw it in teasers. I saw that. I literally... Okay. When I first saw that, I thought it was the fucking. Oh, I love the sun. Yeah. Okay, anyways. When I first saw that teaser, I thought Code had just posted a solid black image, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god! I knew it was this system. Nice. Okay, bet. Radio, classic. I can change the colors! Nut. Oh, bet. Oh, bitch. Oh. I'm gonna go insane with this. It was redacted, okay? Yeah, I remember this. I remember having this in Arcana. I think it also was in Adonia, but like... We'll try the text HUD, why not? Yes. Actually, I don't want this over here.
Hey, Rachel, what's up?
I want it over here.
Yeah, our profiles were a match on the internet.
Why do I want it over here? Because I'm insane and I don't know.
Actually helped design the,
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the lurk.
Don't know anybody in the industry.
Yeah. Some of this is gonna beat my ass, I know, but hold on. That hurts my fucking eyes. Yeah, welcome to hell. You don't like it, don't look. Beach. I know the map is like in this corner. I can't remember where. Skill issue, obviously. You're right, Frosty. You're right. So, what the fuck? Hello? Why is that? Stop that. Yes, Frosty. Not the gun just being out. I don't think I'll have this showing. Brain Gober.
Yes, hello?
Okay, look. That needs to be moved over.
Hey, my
Fluffo! Oh my god, hello!
Okay, wife.
Yeah, I know you're just
I'm
into
just
that
gonna curious, it's fine.
Hi, Fluffo!
Okay,
I mean, who else's goals would I rather do? Let's be real.
A-fucking-O?
I don't know if this is gonna work, but you know what? We're gonna try it. Fluffo, how was your stream? I'm so sorry we didn't get to play DBD together. Because DBD is a beach. And didn't let me do my shit. This is, I feel like this is gonna not bode well. When more of the status stuff comes up. So, what's up? What is up? Welcome in, Raiders. What the fuck? How y'all doing? Don't mind me, just Standing in the... Just chilling. Stop that. Hello. What up? Why the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, fine. What the fuck? No, you...
Told you I was gonna put you in the bin.
Oh wow, I'm like... What a bitch.
Ah!
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Did you get arrested? She did not get arrested. This dude's
Alright,
just being
stay
a
there.
goof. You can't! Ah, beat. She's still cuffed. Wait. God damn it. Beach.
Fucking excuse me.
Beach.
Bitch.
Beach. I need to turn this music down even more. Oh god. That was not him putting her in the trash. Please. I have this thing called anxiety and I have this thing called adrenaline and performance issues of the brain. Felt. You know, I felt that. I'm like, stop. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I'm... Okay. You know, I really want all of this on this side. But I feel like I'm not gonna be able to get it. See, look at that. I might just have to put the other one on either in the center or like... Hello, chat. It is I, the Frenchiest Fry. Bitch. Failing a skill check makes me feel like a failure. And I get chased and now I have adrenaline. Oh no. Frosty, I feel that though. DVD make me feel... What the fuck? Hello? Stop. DVD horde. Make me feel bad. And emotionally I understand it's okay, but physically I can't felt. Oh. I'm thinking, and stop. The fuck?
That big rabbit.
It's right there. It's not letting me grab it. Bitch.
Hello, how's it going?
Bitch. What it... If you're gonna judge me for what I'm doing with my layout, be gone. If only our bodies did what our brain logically understood. Why is this gun stuck?
Why is our gun stuck?
Be gone, thought. Now you be gone, beach. Not it being held for misogyny. I'm deceased. Hold on. Why can't the gun move? I'm gonna have to reset. Okay, hold on. I gotta reset and do it all over again. Okay, here we go. Ew, I hate that. Okay. Do 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 do. will just have all of my information in one corner. Wait, the fucking map is gonna be here. Ah! You know what? I don't care. I will deal with that as that happens. Lady broke as hell. Yeah, she has 200k in the savings. Going to dinner, dancing, but have all the fun. Hell yeah. You have fun too, Fluffle. Enjoy. Kind of want this to, like, be a little... Bitch, don't do that. What the fuck? Have fun, Fluffle! I wonder if I should just...
I'd love to. Listen, I could do tomorrow afternoon anytime from 3. Yeah, sure. I'll book one of their meeting rooms. I'll walk you through the whole brochure, okay? See you tomorrow.
Hello, welcome in. Wish I could dance me too. Welcome in. How we doing? I'm doing well. I'm organizing my HUD because I wish I could move that. I hate that it's like right there. Organizing my HUD because I'm a menace and I love suffering. No, as one does. I don't know if that's gonna... Oh, I hate it. Why does it not center itself? Why does it not... Wait, how do I change the color of this? Okay. If I remember correctly, it was like pink. And then what order is the HUD? Hold on. Armor, food. Okay. Good God. Sorry, chat. I know this is like not the GTRP you all signed up for, but we're big chillin'. You guys get to suffer with me. I'll make this a little more like darker, I guess. Green, and then stress is bitch. Oh, I forget. This is okay. You know what? I'm smart. Did you know that I'm smart, chat? I'm smart. Oh, it's coming together. Getting back into it? Or you want to get back into it? Hell yeah. Ouch. I hope you, do eventually find a way to get back into it. I think this shit's fun. Fun as hell. I'm gonna change that green and that blue. Okay. Nice, I can live with that. The thing that bothers the fuck out of me though is the I might end up going back to a radial too. Oh fuck. Thank you for being patient with me. I'll say keep the radial map. I think we'll go back to this. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Why does it not just stay for all of them? Chat, why does it not just stay across? Why do I do? I mean, I love the customization of it, but what the fuck? No, I don't feel like doing that. Oh. I guess I'm gonna keep the text HUD for now. Da da da. I know. We're in hell. I'll just keep that for now, I guess. Okay. Actually, you know what? Sorry, it's gonna take me a minute to be okay with everything. Don't like that. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Everything's fine. Hold on. We'll get there. We'll do it one day, chat. It'll be fine. I want to say this needs to be out further just because you don't know if the name is going to end up being big or not. So anyways, hi chat. How are y'all doing? How's your days been? Hope you've been getting your sleep, drinking your water, doing everything you need to do. Does it change? Hold on, let me... It does change. Uh-oh, lightning. Ruh-roh. Off duty? On duty? Lightning without a storm is scary, apparently. I'm going to eventually learn why, and I'm... Okay. We're just gonna deal with that. I need to see where the fucking... Oh. Oh, hey, more cops are on. I don't know what kind of trouble they're gonna get into, but you know, fuck it. Fuck it, B-ball. Bet. Lady doesn't know the drama behind lightning with no storm, so she's just out here chilling. Everyone's probably like, what the fuck? My day started at 9 p.m. That's tragic for you. I wonder who could have fucked your sleep schedule up. I wonder who fucked their own sleep schedule up. Tragic. Couldn't be me. Hi, Roxy. Welcome in. Must be tragic. Hey, I'm not the one who decided to stay up. Actually, I am. I fucked my own sleep schedule up, so I can't be responsible for fucking both our sleep schedules up. You're doing a thing. What thing are you doing? Should I be scared? In my defense, I was sleeping like shit anyway. See, Geek understands. Literally. I really want Lady to meet Merc, but at the same time, I'm just waiting for that to happen. Like, I'm from the UK and you're in bed at the same fucking time as a West Coaster. And even their sleep schedule is bad? Yeah. You might see you soon. I'm very excited. Who else is in her friend list that is up right now? Let's be nosy. Teen, Ibrahim, Enzo, Kaden. Oh, Lady's not a sinner anymore, by the way. Well, I guess, like, anymore. She hasn't been one. She was a sinner for, like, 2 days, and then she was like, I need to not be a sinner. So she became a hang-around, and then she was like, you know what, I don't know if I even want to be a hang-around. So she talked to Happy last night, and Happy was like, you know, no matter what, like, just let me know. And there's no bad blood, there's no hard feelings. I didn't come over here anticipating everyone staying. So if you don't want to be a sinner, that's okay. And she was like, bet. She's like, thanks, I appreciate you, homie. As long as we're still cool. And he's like, yeah, we're still cool. Big chillin'. Also, the fuck. Because you stood there like a... You wanted puppies, I get it. Bitch. Bitch, I said what I said. We're just gonna dance. We're gonna dance. I'm gonna find music to listen to. What about... I wanna rob a bank. Mm, 69. I wanna rob a bank. I'm still off duty, right? Okay, but oh, one person. One person for Galaxy. I have to sneeze. Waiting for Andre to come pick her up. Bank, where? Hi, Brittany. I don't know. Where? On the highway. You can boost, do trucks, do stores, and you can do banks. The only thing you can't do are the heists. What you doing? Zip 'em up, please. Oh god, tomorrow I get to play sushi. I'm very excited about that. I said I would cook. I got bored and flew out. That's fair. If he says you're not here. Is she gonna hit her first bank? Is she gonna hit her first bank? Yo, lady has like 2,000 things of meth that she's gonna like sell and process and shit. Or not process, she's already processed like 2,000 things of meth. She needs to sell it. Now she has to, wanna rob a bank. Make a scene. That's me. I know lyrics. Oh, God. I don't know any of the hacks here, so she does not know what to do. Also, I put this on shuffle. The fact this is not on shuffle right now. Ow!
Bro,
God
I hit you.
fucking damn. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Why are you being so dramatic?
You bitch. Fuck you.
So dramatic.
Fucking bitch.
I need to go craft the fucking things.
What?
I need to go craft the fucking the tingy things.
Well, I still didn't. Hold
The
on,
tingy
actually-
things.
Oh, he said I need to go craft the thingy things. Sorry, y'all. I'm I can't fucking hear. Let me turn this down a little. Free me from my prison. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, he needs to craft. Where is he? What? Ooh, a pistol shell. Fuck yeah. Oh, he needed to go get his shit. I see. We're just gonna be a trash goblin. For no reason. Also, did Andre start wearing the fucking...
You got any copper?
in storage up in Sandy?
Fuck.
Did he start wearing the same mask that she did? Because of her, because that's cute as fuck. Gold watch and grilled cheese. Oh, we eating big tonight, boys. God. Oh my god, you guys want to see her pets? It's Fearmonger! Look at the baby! Look at him, he's so cute! What a baby. And then...
I need copper. So
Alright,
me-
bet. Let's go to
can
Sandy
I-
then.
I'll pay for it.
Okay.
Fucking works!
Yeah.
So
Uh-huh.
okay. So what we're gonna do is get a fleeter.
Uh-huh.
And what I'll do is I'll make 3 of each, so then you can like get a turn to do a hack to kind of
Okay.
see what the hacks are about.
So, is there 3 different hacks to a Fleeka?
No,
Oh, you're just making the different ones.
just making a spare one.
Okay, yeah. Bet. So if I fuck the hack up, how long does it take before I can start hacking again?
Like a couple of seconds.
Couple of seconds, bet.
But if you fuck the hack up and you feel like you're gonna fuck up again, just let me know and I'll hack.
Okay.
You can try and beat my record.
Oh, I do not think I'll be beating that anytime soon, but I will, I'll make it a goal,
It's-
right?
It's fucking piss easy. I'm telling you that now.
Okay.
The way you
Which
do it with
hack
fucking
is
eyes
it?
closed. So there's like 2 parts to each hack.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is first one is what's the first one? Like a bunch of numbers on your eyes, and then you have to fucking find the sequence.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one is numbers rotating, and then you have to fucking get the red numbers and the red lines.
Okay. Why did she whip her flashlight out? Put that back.
Do it in 10 seconds.
How much copper you need?
Wait, let me do math.
I'm lagging. Whoa. Yeah. Low rider. Bow, bow, bow. Wow, 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 wow. Jesus Christ.
300.
300, alright.
If that's okay.
Yeah, I got like 1,400 some, so I'm good.
Jesus.
You're... Uh... Bum, 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 bum. Chuck. Bet. There you go.
Shit. Spent your money.
Thank you. Oh, wow. A good amount.
Yeah, I gave you a bit extra.
Thank you.
So close to 3 million.
Fucking 3 million? Goddamn. I probably just made the music louder for you. Way up.
You ever robbed the bank? Here.
Not here, no. I've actually done... Oh... Someone's doing a truck.
Oh, I'm taking your first bank. Aww.
Yeah.
Aww.
You're popping my bank cherry.
Oh my god.
I look good.
Yes, queen.
Not the Yas Queen.
That's actually fucking well that you've never robbed the bank. What the fuck?
I mean, I've done banks and stores and shit before, but I haven't done any jobs here. Done boosted, haven't boosted here though.
That's the one thing I haven't done. Actually, that and bank tricks.
Yeah, I hear that. Like, I've been on a couple bank truck jobs, but the person doing it never, like, they never got to go through with it because shit's kind of fucky. The bank trucks are wise enough to not show up sometimes, so.
Just call my Hellion.
Bitch. Oh damn, they're all gone again. Shit, bitch. Yeah, we don't have the lights, but you know, we should definitely get ready. Oh my god. You just wanna fucking hit me today, huh?
What do you mean you weren't there?
I was there. I was dancing on a box, bitch.
Nah. So I went out of the. Went out of view, and I couldn't see you.
Unlikely
Don't
story.
you fucking me.
Oh, ah! Yeah, she's a Marian. probably should grab more joints. Because it takes so fucking many to fill your armor up here. Oh, it looks like each joint is 10%. It takes 10 joints to fully fill your armor. Good to know. Excuse me. Crack, go around. Oh, she probably should have grabbed fucking a better gun. Time. Always keep a parachute on you just in case. Yeah. She should actually probably stop carrying a parachute on her, but you know. I know one of these days it's gonna come in handy. And on that day I will be grateful that I had a parachute in my pocket. She's a man eating, making love.
What the fuck?
Go up to the cops like,
Hey.
hey, oh my fucking god, no fucking way. No way Lexi's here. Don't know if it's the same Lexi, but oh my god. Does that mean Des is here? Does that mean Des is here? Where's your wife? Are you both here? Parents, 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 parents. Oh, she could.
I'm just gonna go park this real quick.
Oh my god! 7 years later. Bitch. She fucking did, Brittany. She fucking did. Oh my god. Lexi, 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 let's go. Lexi, Lexi. Oh my god. Oh my
The
god.
fuck are you?
I'm standing on a box, bitch.
Where?
Right in front of your car.
What?
Uh-huh. Here, walk forward.
I can't even fucking see you.
You're walking in the box. There you
Oh,
go.
there we go. Oh wow. Yo,
Lady
what's
also
better than
looks
eating a
weird.
mandarin?
Hello.
I need you to tell me to not do a bad thing right now.
What are you gonna? What?
I need you to tell me to let bygones be bygones.
Let bygones be bygones, Enzo.
Uh,
Are you planning? Is this about Lexi?
Respectfully, yeah.
That's my fucking mom. Don't touch her.
Okay, but she...
Just because she was chief of PD doesn't mean you should go after her. Calm your tits. Calm your tits. She's not chief of PD here. Go after someone else.
Fuck 12. Okay. I'm just gonna drink my problems away. Okay.
Okay.
We can be friends here. We can be friends here. I
Yeah,
can go be
just-
friends with Lexi.
Yo,
Yeah.
Enzo, she is the most fucking chaotic bitch. She would there were so many jobs that I was either a hostage for or like working at that she was like, let's go set shit on fire. So like, come on, it's gonna be great. Breathe,
Okay.
deep breaths.
I'm gonna drink a Corona. I'm gonna go get a gun. I'm gonna give her the gun. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Deep breaths, bitch.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. God fucking damn. So, that Lexi person, right?
Shit.
7 years ago, chief of PD, back home. And she's here now. Very excited. She's actually, she was, one of AK's adopted mothers, so I can't wait to talk to her about that.
Well, she's out the jobs, and that's why I fucking picked you up and go see her.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I think I see someone in there.
Creamy.
Oh, that's the fucking.
No, there's
lady.
another person in
Oh,
there.
there's the.
Beach.
Creamy.
Who the fuck do you call? Who do you think you're calling a fucking bitch?
Hello? Is that Lexi? Hello?
Hey.
Hi, it's me, lady.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Oh my god. It's been 7 fucking years. How you doing?
I feel old.
I also feel old. Yeah, I'm gonna share my number.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Do you wanna know how this works?
If you third eye me, you can slip your number into my pocket. Bet.
I'm learning things.
You're learning! Yeah. Yo, so... How you doing? It's been 7 years.
Wow. I'm doing
What?
okay.
What?
It's been 7 years.
It's been
You
7
know,
years. What
The amount of times you're saying 7 years, I'm like, goddamn, how old do you
Yeah.
want me to feel?
I'm sorry. I'm just... It's been so long.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it hasn't been that long for me, but you know. Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, Aunt Brittany's awake. The homies.
Not the beach.
Bitch, where?
Girl, I don't know. I got a taxi and it brought me here.
That's fair.
Hello?
Are you, hey, so real shit, right here and now, how on the side of the law are you gonna be?
Not. I've done it
Oh,
for
Fuck
too
yeah,
long.
here you go.
What?
I'll get you something better later. It's all I had prepared at the time.
Yeah. Is this the menace arc for Lexi? Are we gonna?
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna be a little criminal. I'm gonna help
We're
you
gonna
out.
get you be criminal with us. Yeah.
Criminal.
Yeah.
Hold on, pass me your number real quick. Oh god, I'm getting text messages. Fuck off. Fuck yeah, how we doing? It's been 7 years.
You
Yo,
know,
we
the
robbing
more
the
we
sleeper
say
what-
7 years, the more I feel old.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm about to go do criminal shit.
Alright,
But I had
have
to
fun.
come, give you my number, keep in contact. I gotta catch you up. Oh, I gotta catch you up on some shit.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
scared.
AK's
Yes,
here.
the purple one.
AK is here.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 7 years.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We broke up. Anyways, let's go fucking rob a Fleeka. Let's go. I love. We broke up. Anyways, runs away.
I haven't found a hostage.
All right. I mean, I guess we could have taken Lexi hostage, but she did just get here, so.
Ah, but that'd be a way to be introduced into the city.
Welcome to the city. Get in the fucking car.
Is there anybody here?
There's a car, but.
Oh, God dang. Hi, bud. Just a repair,
What's up?
real quick, please. Thank you.
Oh, I got you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, let me get in.
All right, there you go. 25. How you guys doing today?
I'm not bad, mate. How are you?
Just working my life away.
Feel that, brother.
Did I give me cash or card?
Any, don't matter.
There you go, boss.
Appreciate it, mate.
No problem.
Are you running the same way I am?
Fleeing. I mean, that's why I was.
Yeah.
I was up at the fucking. All right,
Uh-huh. Yeah, you,
Cycle, all right. What are you goblin laughing for?
I mean, I saw you fucking fleeing, and then I fucking see you wearing the mask that I'm wearing. I don't know, it's kind of
Oh
cute.
my god.
It's kind of cute.
Who's here? Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck is everyone?
Fuck if I know. I almost started talking in his accent. So what we wearing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, let me...
Yeah, you saw an outfit out real quick.
Dresses up as sushi just to do crime.
actually, fuck it, I'll go road, man.
Bet. I also want to go to should I change my hair or like keep it? Does it matter? Does it?
Keep it. I don't know.
Okay.
People what being.
Oh God, Jesus Christ!
You ready?
Yeah, as ready as I'll ever be.
I go.
Oh fuck! I almost said. I think I might have known who that was. It might have been Brittany. I'm not entirely sure, but I just hear go. Whoa!
Hello?
Oh wow!
Rude.
Go, come in. Come in. Come in. Come in.
The hell?
Come here.
No. I don't understand what you're saying. No.
Let's go.
No.
You know, shit.
I can't get in my car. It's rude.
Oh,
I'll do it.
not this. Not
Hi,
this.
y'all. How you doing?
Hands up.
Not doing that tonight.
Hands up.
I'll do it.
He'll go? Alright, he'll go.
Yeah, I'll go.
Get in the car.
Yeah. Why want a black one?
White one.
White one.
Okay.
I was broken, so you're gonna have to hit me to move out of the way, but there you go. There you go.
You know, I'd say I'm surprised he didn't do that with Brittany, but she's also wearing her flag, so I don't know if he was like. you
So
know,
what's
I
on the
didn't-
agenda?
Something small, mate. Just something small. How's your day going, bud?
I was doing good.
Good, good, good.
Oh God.
Alright, we go.
Yeah. You know, PD's in training today, right?
Don't know. Cops on duty for us to do this. Right, come here.
Well, they are for the moment.
Hey, you just use your third eye to the thing.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if they're gonna show up.
That's fine. Easy money. I'm gonna just jump on you.
Whoa, what the fuck? Hello?
I don't remember.
You okay, girly?
Surrender. I'll just sit. Honestly.
Let's see if I can actually do this. I've never done this before.
There's one that I actually put my hands up. I don't remember what the number is though. There we go.
36. Ah, fuck life. 365502. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, check the
Bet.
thing.
Yeah.
Check the what?
Check the available list.
Okay, now fucking what? Now what?
Ah, cops went off duty.
Ah, fuck. The door's kind of open though.
Put it off till tomorrow.
It's fine. Yeah, cops went off duty. I think some
Tragic.
of them clocked off. Forgot to clock off. Oh, time to go sell drugs, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright,
Hey.
we'll drop you back off a bit. Come on.
Did tell you.
Cops just forgot to clock off duty.
Telling you, they're in fucking training today.
Yeah, I know they were, but
They
there was
keep
still
going
some
on and off
cops-
duty. I don't ask me why, but that's what happened. Been doing it all night.
Well, it was a good experience. Now I know what I'm doing.
There you go, bud.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, the only, oh,
Hmm?
you don't see the guy in front of us.
Ow.
You good, mate?
Always, bro. My car's gone in the sky, bro.
Oh, shit. Tragic. Give you all my love in the backseat. Fuck, now I don't know what to wear. Start off with this. Oh my, I ain't got no ankles. The fuck?
Where's your ankles gone?
Where'd my ankles go? There we go.
Sign of old age, that.
Shut the whole fuck. Me losing ankles ain't a sign of old age, bitch. The fuck? Red leather is, I think, what it's called.
Ankle replacements.
Ouch. Brittany was like, I got too much illegal shit on me to be a hostage.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's why. She said next time though, so maybe.
Alright, bet. Alright, what's on the agenda?
I don't fucking know. Also, you were
Oh,
right
yeah,
though.
I'll
Those
skip the
hacks
bowling.
are. Don't kick my ass at bowling. The fuck.
I'm kicking your ass in bowling, let's go.
No.
Also, the hacks well.
Listen, you weren't wrong. The hacks are actually pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the sequences of numbers I'm used to dealing with is like a fucking bajillion of them that are really fucking small and they move really fast. There's sometimes dots.
I know exactly which hacks you're on about. They used to be.
Fuck the dots, man. Fuck those dots.
There used to be
Jesus.
There used to be this hack where you'd have like a sequence,
Mhm.
and then you'd have to remember the sequence, and then the next bit of is like, what's the color of the rectangle, or what?
Oh
the
yeah,
colour of
those
the-
scare me.
Ah, those are
That-
fucking pissies.
Are you sure? I don't know. That sounds like fucking... Anything I have to remember shit for sucks.
I was pretty good at it.
Hey, I mean, if
I
you're
was like-
good at it, like,
I was
that's...
like,
You know what?
I was able to do it.
Oh, look who's back on duty.
Oh, I swear to fucking god.
Oh, wow, nice. You used all that rage to get a strike.
Yep. Told you I was gonna kick your ass.
Like, as if that's anything new. You always kick my ass in bowling. The fuck?
And at Uno.
Nah, I kick your ass at Uno.
No.
Oh, so close.
It wobbled.
It did. It wobbled. Thank you for the chat, Bonk. I don't know if... I think my computer is, like, contemplating. Not that. I hate this game.
Think I fluffed it. Think I fluffed. Just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck was that?
Yeah, showing my tits off.
Hey yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I almost don't have pasties, so...
You don't have fucking what?
Pasties, do you fucking know what a pasty is?
Aye, isn't it the thing that covers your nipples?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm knowledgeable.
I'm knowledgeable.
Aye, get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
There you go. You keep hanging around me, you're gonna sound like a fucking dickhead like me.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I already sound like a dickhead. I'm just gonna sound like more of a dickhead, you know?
Wow. That's fucking outrageous.
Is it though? Is it?
Aye. Oh, I got the fucking stupid split. Oh, you're fucking having a giggle. Having an absolute fucking giggle, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I'm having a right proper giggle.
Get the fuck.
Just a
Nah,
right
not the
proper
fucking
giggle.
gremlin laugh.
I only
Not
know
the
how to
fucking-
laugh in Gremlin, bitch.
Need to do a fucking Krusty the Krab laugh like me.
Nah. I could not. That's a skill I do not have. You are alone in that talent, and I'm gonna let you be king of that talent.
Right, I'm sorry, but I've been fucking robbed of a pin. What the actual fuck is going on here? Why does this game fucking hate me?
Yeah, that's what I say all the time. Okay, see, I threw that more down the center
talking
of
about?
the fucking line.
you
I'm
talking
throwing
about?
shit down the center of the line, and it's not going down the center, and I don't know why.
Right, what the fuck are you doing?
You know, using everything I got to my advantage.
This is fucked. That's fucking outrageous. That's outrageous.
Ow! Bitch!
Bitch, takes one to know one.
That's right, and I am that bitch.
Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night.
You have not refuted that ever until now, so you know what? I win.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I've already won in my head.
No, what do you mean? Did you? Oh, I thought you got a spare there. I'm not gonna lie.
I
Didn't see
wish.
you have a pin. Your cake was in the way.
Yeah, my cake.
Right,
Uh-huh.
right,
Uh-huh.
right. I fucking hate you.
Wait, you got nothing to be afraid of. Look how far behind I am.
Oh, I know. I'm still gonna win.
Oh, so close.
I know, right? I struggle getting those ones.
Yeah, those are hard. I feel like this one's gonna spiral off. Like me after a really bad night. Yep, I was right.
Me after I've had a fucking packet of Skittles.
Oh god.
Yeah, future reference. Don't give me fucking Skittles.
Good to know. Good to know. This is probably not gonna take out that front pin. Yurt.
Not you yawning. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
How are you tired? You slept all day.
Wow, when you spend a day being overstimulated and other things, you kind of get exhausted.
Oh, retweet. Fill up. We fucking tweet, sister.
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 Sister. Banana.
Rock. Hey.
Hey, yo, 69, let's go. I never really pay attention when I play bowling. I just kind of... Uh-oh. I don't even know what I'm doing, so I just kind of throw it. Oh,
You
fuck.
really do like putting a lot of curve on it, don't
Yeah, you know, I can't help that I like it to curve to the left a little.
we still talking about bowling here?
I don't know, why are we still talking about bowling?
I don't know.
Well then you'll never find out. Yeah, I want to get to know Hayden and Caden more.
Jesus. You're Yeah.
Why is it that bad?
Caden's fine on his own. Caden though, he can actually like go fuck himself.
I think it was Caden that I met yesterday. I'm pretty sure Hayden is the one that works at Galaxy and Caden works at the VU.
I think they both work at Galaxy.
I don't know. I was dancing with one of them yesterday, and they weren't working there. They were just drunk as fuck, and I think it was Caden. But like, we were just dancing, having a great time. It was fun. Actually, you know what? I can check who it is by looking at my fucking phone.
Hi, numbnuts.
Shut the fuck. It's Caden. Alright. How can I have nuts and I don't have nuts? Riddle me that.
Get the fuck in your fucking riddles.
Riddle me that, bitch.
Get to fuck.
Get to fuck. Get to fuck.
Get the fuck.
God, I wish I could get the fuck. Damn. Anyways.
Ayo.
Lady's fucking unhinged and distinct. I cannot. Like, she's pretty bad in Celestia, but in Distinct, she's just like... Fuck! Bitch. Oh god!
Oh my god.
Ah, tragic.
These fucking dumbass splits, I swear to god.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be in my head.
Okay, dokie.
I gotta go piss, girl. I'll be right back. What up, beach? I'm back. Do a little dance.
Oh, welcome back.
Thanks. Hey, yo. What you creeping around?
I'm a snake.
I'm a snake.
Living in your garden, catching me a mess. 'Cause I'm a snake.
What the fuck? That is not the way it was facing. I'm fucking dead serious. That was not facing that way. Fuck bowling. I'm never playing bowling again after this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I'm being 100% serious. Why does it keep doing that to me? I hate it. I want to fucking... God, I hate bowling. This bowling script pisses me off, bro.
Yo,
Well, I'm just slide it in, you know?
kick me up the arse pretty much.
Yep.
Ah, right, get the
The
fuck.
way it jumped at the end, too.
Innit? Nah, fuck you.
It was like, wee! Maybe if this script didn't need so much ass! It's fun, though. That's why I don't try and get anything going seriously. Fuck my life! Whoever invented, yep. Whoever invented bowling your mom's a hoe. Anyways.
You love it, really.
Oh, I fucked this all the way up. It's gonna go in the middle. Hey, it did. What the fuck? Whoever invented bowling your mom's a bitch.
You love this game. What are you on about?
Nah, shut. Do not. Unretweet.
Yeah.
Delete.
Nah.
Delete.
Nah.
Uh-huh.
Nah, you love the game.
Delete. 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 Delete.
You love the game.
What
You
can
love the
I
game.
say
You love the game. You
except
love the game.
delete this?
Get the fuck. Don't,
You get the
don't
fuck.
you dare ruin that Moana song for me. Don't,
Have
don't
you not
dare.
seen the meme? Hold on.
No?
Bet I'll post on Squawk. What can I say except delete this?
I was being an absolute little fucking shit stirrer earlier.
What was he doing? I'm not in city, so I can't ask. The speak is my recite. What were you doing earlier? There.
Yo, are you on Squawk right now?
Yeah, why?
Look at the most liked like tweet of the day type shit.
Oh my god.
I was being an absolute little shit stirrer. That's Katrina and Ichabod.
Oh my god. Fuck. That's kind of funny.
It's fucking well and truly funny. What you want about?
What is the Manchester is red thing? What the fuck? That's okay. I'm just kind of clicking and kind of trying. Get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
Get the fuck. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. Swag. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. Swag.
Wow.
That's how I feel
Wow.
about bowling. Suck my nuts.
Wow.
Beach. What the fuck is... What is going on between you and Kaden?
Oh, because I support Manchester City and he supports fucking yo.
Hey, yeah. Hey, yo, Kaden, you gotta watch out. Dude, Kaden's as fucking flirty as I am. I fucking love him. He's great.
I slapped his ass before and he fucking nearly nutted in his pants. People at the VU.
Alright, let's go to the fucking V.
I bet.
Bet. I need to get food and drink anyways.
Why get food at the VU when you're literally with me who works at Uwu?
I mean, if you want to give me some miso soup and
I got you.
some of that nice drink, you know, I'm down. But like, it's kind of nice to also have, you know, variety.
Oh yeah, of course.
But I mean,
See,
I know Uwu's the most robust, but like, you know, outside of
they're
miso soup,
fucking-
sometimes I'm like,
They're non-alcoholic drinks are shit.
Also, like, I'm gonna have to pay you for Uwu and shit at some point. Like, you work here. Like, the fuck?
Get the fuck. Get the fuck.
Why? I need... What? I have literally have never paid for Uwu food in my life. Except maybe once.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
No!
Shut your mouth.
Shut the fuck.
Bitch, make me.
Okay, bet. I will. I know one way to make you shut up. Exactly.
Oh yeah? Don't threaten me with a good time.
Uh-huh. No, it's been threatened.
Promise?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Did you see that local? Just hit the other local.
No, I didn't. Tragic. Oh god.
Did you see that?
I did see that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Snatched.
Literally snatched.
Why did? Okay. So the one over there and with the blonde hair is my kid. You know, I don't know.
14, exactly 14.
14.
I don't want to know why they did that.
There's an actual fucking number. Wow.
Paper or plastic,
Okay.
Kane?
Yeah, we can OD here.
Please don't OD into VU. I don't
Cash
want
or
to
bank?
explain
I'm
that
gonna go
to
OD
the
in the
cops.
bathroom real quick.
No, we don't even
Alright,
have a
bank
bathroom.
or cash?
Wow.
I just
Boom.
look. I don't need any more trouble with the
Make
cops.
it a fuck. No, make it a real
You
fucking strip
fucking
club, bro.
orange
Come on.
peach-looking motherfucker.
You gotta have the druggy ODing in the bathroom, dog.
He's over there.
I'm gonna fucking headbutt this table real
Brittany, do
quick.
drugs with me.
Okay.
That's strip club man.
Andre, do you want drugs?
Oh,
Ow, what the fuck?
Meth.
No, I
Fucking
don't
dog
think.
pile on the
Hi.
floor right now.
That's- Okay, buddy.
That's what you
Lexi,
wanna
this
call
is.
it, bro.
Oh, there he
That's a
goes.
boy.
I was about to say, this is my husband Kelly, but he just started walking off like a dick.
I can't guess.
You know that works.
Well, they were already
Alright,
active,
Camden,
but-
come get your drinks.
Where's the
Kelly.
bathroom?
Yeah, this one's
Hi, Lorna.
Kelly,
Hi,
and that
Angela.
one right there with the more hair
Hi,
is Dallas.
Brittany.
That one's the kid.
Damn.
Ah,
Oh
nice.
shit, what's up everybody? How y'all doing?
There's so many people here. Holy
Fuck
shit.
yeah, I'm- oh,
We also own
Ethan,
here.
how about not in my club? And the
Nice. Yee.
outside is fine.
I've got quite a life here.
I really should like this.
Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna go OD in the trash can.
I'm too
Don't
drunk,
OD,
baby.
okay, as long as
I
it's
hit this
outside.
shit.
I
Thank
can't
you.
take
As long as it's
Sir.
outside. Oh
Okay,
my
anybody need
god.
anything though for real?
Y'all need the
I
dancer.
do. He really is a squirrel.
He really is.
Yeah.
Nothing. That part didn't change.
It's
Not at
Eve.
all.
I want to give you mouth to mouth, Ibram. I don't want to do
Hey,
mouth.
cause you ain't.
Hey, yo.
I hit that
Hey, y'all.
bro.
Dirt.
I don't know. I
We
don't know,
keep
kid.
it
Get over here.
in the family.
It's
That's
What?
What are we keeping
That's
in the
Sweet
family?
home
Alabama.
And then like Oh, 3 of the God. poppers.
I'm dating Zan.
Aha!
Hey, don't worry,
he's
dating
his own cousin, so.
You know, don't worry. I had a fucked up family tree too, so don't
Who's
worry.
getting
Yeah, we
Oh,
were
yeah,
part of
trust
a
me.
fucked up family tree.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me, I know.
I gotta lay down.
Yeah,
This
family
fucking-
dog. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh,
You were
Not the family dog.
Radius, look, I'm a
I'm
chihuahua.
apparently in
I'm
the
a chihuahua.
furries.
hmm I mean, you need a bitch who's in the furries because she fucking the goat. Remember?
Fucking the goat!
Yeah.
fucking done.
Uh-huh.
You want anything?
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
How have I lost count
Oh
of how
my
many
God.
I've had? Like, it feels like I've
Thank
had way
God
more
that's
than I
fucking
think.
over.
Spice rum and maybe
I think you're done, Kaden.
What do you mean
Are
I'm
you
done?
taking-
These are my first drinks.
Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, my first 15.
I was about to say
Only
You're only
Gang shit.
15.
Yeah, that's why I've got
Okay,
meth in my
Kaden,
pocket.
see,
Don't worry.
okay, I'm a boy.
Oh my god.
Oh, hey, Camden, Kaden.
Cam
Talk
to
to Libby
Kaden?
about the thing.
Camden? Who?
Camden.
What?
Camden, sorry.
That-
Talk-
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
Dean.
that is not my name.
Well, okay, bruh. Talk to Libby about yo thing with the job thingy.
Dean, I'm gonna fly out real
Yeah.
quick.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
she's
bet.
gone.
They left to go. Alright, well, they come back.
Little devil's hooking up.
Manchester is so fucking red, it's unbelievable.
Mate, I'm actually gonna fucking clap you. Shut your fucking mouth.
Sorry for telling the truth, buddy.
Mate, you fucking
Yeah,
chatting.
he's-
The biggest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. You're absolutely fucking irrelevant.
Oh,
You haven't been
love
relevant
that
since
kid.
2012.
Fuck yeah.
Shut your fucking mouth.
plastic and
Shut your fucking mouth.
You mute.
triple one.
This is my temporary employment.
It's the truth, buddy.
Abraham,
Hey, mate,
Abraham,
you, mate, you're so fucking irrelevant.
Thank you, but please do.
You can't even
true.
fucking qualify
Go
for the
back around,
Champions
please.
League.
And thank you.
I was temporarily hired. I quit.
you were never hired in the first place, so you can't quit shit.
No, I was temporarily hired so I could go behind. I
Nope.
temporarily hired
Yo,
myself
yo,
so I could
Lib.
go behind the bar.
Yo,
and
Lorna,
Lib.
you can't go.
as
Hold
soon
on.
as I left behind.
Lorna, you can't go
Yeah, no,
behind
no,
the
no,
bar.
I'm not going behind the bar anymore.
Yes, Sandra.
I
Oh
quit.
shit.
I was
Stand there,
this
stand.
establishment.
Jesus
Andre, get the
Christ.
fuck out. Get out. No.
Andre, let's cause a problem.
Well,
Everybody, might-
Where?
you know, it's definitely a Saturday night.
Let's get this bitch shut down.
goddamn.
It's actually Sunday. Oh wait, no, it's not. Never
Let's
mind.
get shut down today.
Oh my god.
Put the gun away, buddy.
Sorry, pal.
It actually is Sunday.
Sorry about that, Lexi.
Libby, by the way, I was
Code-
having
I didn't get the
problems.
phrase. Hold up.
He has issues.
Whoa.
What
So,
problem?
yeah,
Issues.
See, I have
I-
issues.
I got
That
hired, right?
that
I
is
mean, who doesn't?
the baseline.
I feel like I got hired, right?
I'm perfectly normal, thank you very much.
It's not showing up in the
Are you
in the
though?
job menu.
I
Huh?
I'm perfectly normal.
Ah, that's a funny joke, buddy.
I'm just fucking riddled with ADHD. What can I say?
It's still not showing up.
But
I have no idea then. Kelly.
All right, Brittany, they're
Yeah.
thanks for the
Love
trade.
of
My
my
bad.
life.
I know it's very overwhelming. I'm
Weird.
sorry. If you need to step away, you can. Definitely encourage it.
It's scuffing.
What's your favorite number?
I almost
Any
walked
help?
away
I just tried
earlier,
to
or
find
had
it's
like
not showing up.
What?
Say again. What's your favorite
ladies start shaking because
much
there were
water.
too many
So much I just gotta get rid
voices.
My goodness.
I got so much.
When
so many chemicals.
Do we need to go back to the apartment?
when lady
The
gets
reason-
overstimulated,
Too
she
many
becomes
jobs.
violent.
Too many
So.
jobs.
So what's like the max? Or...
35, I think.
Are you
I
just
have
visiting, or are you gonna stay?
I don't know.
Try not. That's what I think.
Hey, bro. Bye,
I'm
Brittany.
sorry,
Bye.
hello.
Because I only have 2 jobs, so.
Yeah, I tried How are now. you? What's the best one? I
E&E.
am drunk.
All I know is I will not be a cop.
I was actually
I walked outside
wondering
and
that.
it was painful.
Yo.
Yeah, no. Done it
No
for too long.
cop.
It's bright outside.
Fair. Babe, do you have any of my things? That, considering she's not
Yeah,
a
it's
cop
so
here, I want to give her.
No.
Fuck my life.
It hurt my head.
I've already given her a bunch of shit.
Okay, good.
Get in line.
God damn.
Does she need any
Okay,
food or
what
drink?
did you give her? Do you need any food or drink? Like,
Hold on.
I'm
Come.
good.
Come on
it's
down,
free.
Queen. What do you need?
Yeah.
I'm good, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna go sit next. Nothing. I hung out with
Thanks, Elsa, for the
Dean
assist. Appreciate
and Luke, and that's about it.
Bye.
It was a good time getting drunk with the lads.
Thanks for pushing me, Dean, you
Right,
little
Dean?
bastard.
I do it with love. Just know that I do it with love.
Not the PSA.
No one's gonna believe you, Andre. What
What do you mean? I'm normal.
Enzo. Enzo, you pink fuck. God damn it.
Hell yeah.
Me when I lie.
Have you warned Lexi
Nice.
about the friends and city, Ichabod
Yes.
and others? Okay.
Oh
as long
no,
as she's warned.
I warned about
Okay.
the
Enzo.
you have to.
Nice.
I didn't do it.
Pretty relaxing day. It's question.
Lexi,
I
just a
probably
warning. We
did.
have serial killers in this city.
No, that's not.
One's come back from the dead.
I was just about to-
Uh-huh.
You know, what you put my dollar.
Yeah, that's fine.
Gun 'em-
So
gun-
just like-
just gun them all down.
do I
It's
do
fine.
that?
Also,
I
Andre?
You know I cannot die.
Are we gunning down?
It's a joke,
I know.
buddy.
But still.
I don't even support, like, I don't even like watch football like that, bro.
Oh, no, you don't.
Like, fucking, I used to
You get
support
that?
Man United and that, but obviously they've
Whoever
not been good
deserves
for like fucking how long.
Oh, man, I'm only messing with you.
There's
We're
only
chilling.
a
City
few
is
people that
like
I pull a
probably
gun
the
for.
best team right now for like when it
Retweet.
comes to UK teams.
What are y'all talking about?
Football.
Talking about
Soccer.
footy, innit? No, 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 no. Right, first of all, it's fucking
If you're a
football.
Man City fan,
Okay,
get out of my
guys, hold
fucking
on,
nightclub.
Hold on. First of all,
That's
if
what
you
I'm saying. That's what
are
I've been saying, to be fair.
yourself,
Is Kilmarnock still a
Secondly,
good team,
it's
or
a grilled fucking cheese
how
and
are they
nobody
doing
can
in
tell me otherwise.
February?
It's a cheese
No,
toaster.
it's a cheese toasty.
Get the fuck out of my claw. I'm strong. I give up.
Yo, Kelly, is it a grilled cheese or is it cheese toasty?
I don't give a fuck. I stand
Cheese
by
toasty.
myself. Lexi, is
Let's
it a
meet in the middle
grilled
and call
cheese
it a
or
grilled
cheese toast?
toasty.
What?
I mean, to
Is
be
it a
fair, the
grilled
difference
cheese
between
or
grilled
cheese
cheese toasty is the same as the difference between Manchester
It's
is
a
red and blue. It
fucking
has to be
grilled
red.
cheese.
Wow.
Manchester's red.
Hey,
Sorry.
come on, you're just
That's what I'm saying.
So-
Manchester's blue. Manchester
I guess
United
it's
haven't
a
been
grilled
irrelevant since
cheese,
2012.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
my
grilled
native language is
cheese.
even called different.
What is it
You're not
called?
even
Cheese.
from
It's a
Manchester.
fucking, mate, it's a fucking cheese toasty.
Grilled
It's
cheese.
called It's kind of like called
Hang
a
on.
toasty.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
Who is Jasmine and why is everybody looking at the phone?
Because
it's
I'm,
somebody we don't
I
recognize.
got a notification. I can't even fucking speak.
Babe, who is.
Try again. Old friend.
Huh?
Old friend.
Considering your reaction, I think otherwise.
We're not exes. I would never ever
I'm
ever
not
go
saying
anywhere
that.
near
I'm not saying that.
Mate, Kelly, I wouldn't go near him with a fucking 10-foot pole.
Jerry. Jerry.
that. What the fuck? I'll be safe.
You okay?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I have to put my meth away. I'm not gonna do it.
Aurelius, you need
Did
to
you say the
sober
cops
up.
are here?
What do you mean?
You should check the scanners. That's what I'm saying.
I'm on castle.
Oh God,
wait, no, I got
damn.
both. It's fine.
Oh yeah. But,
Wow, wow. So we
Hey,
we
I
dance
everybody
together,
off
and then
turn,
you treat me like that. Wow.
Hey, down,
Listen,
get down,
I
get
do
down.
that to everyone that I kind of care about a little bit.
Get the
Oh,
fuck
you
down.
know what? Okay. I'll take
Are you
that.
telling me to get
Kaden.
down?
Yes.
I'll only get down if you kiss me. Wait, what?
Whoa,
One
whoa.
person, sorry, Andre.
It's all good.
Please, Kate. Thank you. Appreciate you.
That was a
Alright.
good jump.
Sorry, the
I should've gone in the long
dancer, the
jump.
Yeah, it was a
dancer
solid
instinct in me took over.
Where did my husband go?
Like, people were up there for 10 minutes and I get told off for being up there for 2 seconds. It's crazy.
Did PD actually just show up?
I think they did. You don't even have the music up that loud. What the hell?
I know. I just heard him outside and I ran in to say that.
You just heard them and we were like, hold up.
Everybody panicked.
Everyone was like, oh shit.
There's nothing Nick about, is there,
Not
though? So.
everybody. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm just a potato.
Well, they've just been quiet all week. They've been quiet all day, and then all of a sudden, right about now, they.
Well, they've
light
been
up.
doing
I'm like, oh,
training.
wait. They should just train and then go to bed like normal people would after
You
training.
hell, Andre.
Who's going to bed?
I wish.
You're going to bed. Nini's.
Bedtime.
It's
Zoom.
not my bedtime.
Bedtime.
It's not my bedtime.
How do you know?
Because I'm not tired.
Hold on.
Older.
Right.
Yep, I'm checking the Google Family Drive we have.
Not the
and it
fucking
looks like your
Google
mom said
Family
it's
Drive.
bedtime.
Shut up,
Family Drive.
bitch.
You guys are
Wait.
brothers?
I'm your father, Aramis.
Shut the fuck up, Enzo.
I don't want to know how this
Shut
would
the
actually
fuck.
work out. I'm just gonna.
That's okay. I'm back.
I'm good.
You're back.
I thought I'm good.
I'm back, son.
All
I've
right,
come
brothers.
back from the war,
Not
and I
violent
brought milk.
situations.
Andre, why you choosing violence?
I always fucking do. What do you mean?
I mean, valid. You right.
Andre
Why did
never
I ask
chooses
that
violence. What are
question?
you talking about?
Andre's a sweet
Andre's a
little
good lad.
He's a good lad.
Right.
That can choose
I'm
violence.
a good boy.
He's a
I'm
good
a
lad that
good
chooses fond options.
boy.
Oh, fair enough, Dal. You're right. You're right. Violence does choose him.
Do what?
I'm gonna get alcohol. I need alcohol.
you wait, bro.
I think meth's too good anyways. Who needs alcohol? Oh,
No, I mean, I always want both at all times.
Oh, well.
As a drug addict, tell me about it.
Andre, what the
Oh,
fuck?
oh gosh.
Just know I can't drink right now. I'm recovering.
He needs
He
help.
fell over and just,
Yeah,
you know.
can sit outside waiting for the fucking dogs to show up.
Oh. You told him.
Bye,
See,
Kaden.
this is why we always tell him that. See, you know, he gonna get on the 5 drink list now. Shit.
I have 4 drinks, by the way,
Funny
if we're
enough,
really
he
keeping
works there.
count.
He's gonna be acting like this. He's not gonna be working.
Yeah, but you can handle your alcohol.
That's
just saw
damn
what
straight I
happened.
can.
The dude that went down.
Kaden.
He literally just got hired on, and he's acting a fool.
Yeah, that's Kaden.
I don't know what the fuck goes on at Galaxy, but that's not how we roll here.
Bet.
What's going on?
We'll talk to. I'll talk to
Caden
him
literally
later.
just got hired here, and he's acting a fool.
Told him he's gonna wait out there, and I said if he walks
He
back
likes
in
to
here
show
after
off,
standing
that's
up, I'm
why.
gonna fucking punch him.
Am I allowed to smoke in here?
Yeah,
Specifically, you're right.
I do all the time.
I just want to make sure. I don't want to.
Yeah, just they're very.
Stink up the
Summons are
place.
very violent
It's
men
not like-
in the best way possible.
Yeah, imagine being
What's that
violent.
supposed to mean?
I fucking killed him.
I literally just got
Fine.
arrested
I'm
for
sorry.
murder and torture. You didn't do shit, Enzo.
No, we're not talking about
'Cause they
rap
haven't
sheets.
caught
Let's not
me,
talk about rap
Liberty.
sheets tonight.
How
Not
did you
about
get
that.
arrested for that?
Tonight's a good
Long
night.
story. Don't worry about it. Love you, Lexi, but don't worry.
Really, don't worry about it, Lexi. Trust me.
They haven't caught me yet, Lib.
As you've already been in jail with Happy and Nevaeh and Abraham.
Twice.
Yeah, you took
Mate, what's going to jail like?
hostage, you stupid idiot.
I didn't
So,
take Ren hostage. I was
mate,
poor.
I don't
You
know.
one
What's
of
your
most
personal
convictions
sound
in the
like?
city,
Wow.
Andre?
No, it's Caden.
There's so
I
many
told-
words
that's
being
you.
said.
No, it ain't.
Actually, it's
Fucking
not.
Caden has like 70. I have 34.
I got 0.
In total, I'd say it's Curtis.
totally don't have my own fucking personal cell at MRPD either.
Oh, fucking, you were supposed to get
Oh.
food, huh?
Oh.
Let me charge you for that. Hold on.
Okay.
I got distracted.
Yeah.
Easy
Do you need me
this
to charge you, or
stumbles.
are you good?
Repeat last.
Do you need me to charge you, or are you good?
No, it's Lorna.
Enzo,
Oh, okay.
What's up?
Yeah.
are you working while intoxicated?
And high, and on meth.
Enzo,
And so go around the.
clock your ass off right the fucking now.
was-
You're supposed
he
to be
was-
resting anyways.
I mean, okay, he
So
was
is
Same with
sober
you,
when he was
Ophelia.
helping. Hey,
Yeah,
wait a minute. Hey,
so
wait a
is
minute. I'm
Opie.
vibing, and I'm still very sober.
And also, while I was actually working, I was sober. I just forgot
He
to
was.
charge Lorna because I got distracted by the bullshit going on.
And drugs.
I can attest to Opie's soberness.
Yeah, and drugs. Yeah, you know,
Since I walked in, yeah.
Opie looked pretty sober to me.
I'm just vibing. We're just vibing.
What?
Okay. Yeah, no drunks. Yeah. And so no more working. You gotta be sober when you work here, yo.
Me too.
No, I mean, I still appreciate your assist when you were sober, but now you can't, you know. Look, try not to get in trouble and get shut it down. Can't get shut it down.
Gotta be sober to work, bitch.
You know, I might have to start putting. Don't y'all gonna make me have to put that rule in the book? Please don't make me put that rule in the book, y'all.
What happened?
Oh.
Listen, they've got ultra inspection.
Don't worry about
Okay.
it.
Coming weeks. I
Pepper
don't know
nap.
when exactly, but we need to be fucking right as rain.
OSHA's coming,
OSHA. I'm
bitch.
OSHA certified.
Nah.
Are you?
OSHA's
Yeah.
a bitch. I hate it here.
I then prove it when they
Lexi.
Look,
Mm-hmm.
I could be a representative,
Lexi.
but I don't know if I'll be around that day.
We'll be friends, Lexi.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
So you don't want to shoot me in the face?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I can't hear things.
You can't hear things. I can hear everything.
Yeah,
I
so-
can't be the only one who
Hears
hears you. Tears falling down at the party. Saddest little baby in the room.
What are these lyrics?
Tears falling down. I don't know. Who sings that shit?
I don't fucking know.
Doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard. You okay?
There's so many people.
It's okay. I'm gonna sober up and then I'm gonna go help Alexi get the rest of her stuff.
Pretty sure he's taking
I can
care
help
of
too.
himself in hospital.
Yeah. Well, all we need to do is stop at the hardware store
Yeah,
now.
Kelly took
Well,
Caden to the
I
hospital.
can help too.
Yeah. Well, you're
Well,
coming
nice
too,
if you told
Goofy.
me.
I'm not
Why?
that goofy, am I?
He gave him a
Well,
stern talking to on the way to a
It's a good
vehicle.
Goofy.
Okay, Donald.
Did you call him McDonald?
There you go.
Just Donald, yeah. Don't call me Goofy.
Oh, so he's the Donald to your Goofy. Okay.
To my Goofy. What the? Are they together? What the
No.
hell?
Is that what you're thinking about? Huh?
Oh, if you know
I
how
thought
the boys
Goofy,
are
I thought
now?
Goofy had like a wife that ran out on him.
Yeah, it's
and
probably.
Donald
No,
had
he's
like
a single dad.
No,
Donald's
no, I
into
think
it's
this
changed.
Daisy, but you know.
You know, I
Some-
believe
Yeah,
that.
yeah, Daisy. That's what I was
wanna
thinking
go,
about.
you know,
We're gonna
If I
pass
do,
over that.
I get
I'm the
this from-
okay. We'll
Pass
pass over that. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm not religious.
That's-
You about to
so-
take a big.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Not
Dice
the
roll.
fucking pass of. You were so fucking funny. I can't.
What?
I can't. We're gonna
What?
pass over that. I'm not religious. I'm dead.
Yeah, well. Oh, please don't die. That's
Fucking dead.
yeah. Well, I mean, you don't put the blood around your door on Passover. That's what's gonna happen. But I mean, I'm not religious, so. Oh. Huh? What the heck?
It's my number.
Oh, thank you.
You're a friend of Enzo, so
She also works here.
That's right.
that too. I need yours up.
Yeah, just a sec while I figure this out. Oh. Oh wait, no, no, no. I have to do this one, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Oh my god. What is this menu?
I like all the neons on the wall.
Hello, Ophi.
Yo, what's up?
Can I get 10 Aphrodite's love potions?
You sure
Yeah.
can. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
make them fresh. Is that cool?
That's fine.
All right, let me go get them started for you real quick. Okay.
It's not even that. You just got hired here and you're acting a fool. Do it again and you're gone. Oh, you
Edzo.
just accepted.
I didn't do it.
I
Yes,
thought
you
were
did.
outside
You
for
always
all
do
this.
it. Hey, wait. Hey, everybody, guess what? Enzo's an uncle.
An uncle.
Hey.
Hey, yo.
Congratulations.
How the fuck is he an uncle?
Long story short, I've got my daughter back.
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
So I'm a mom of 2 now, actually.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Again.
Thanks.
Heck yeah.
She's at the house sleeping currently. She's readjusting to shit.
Oh.
So she's probably gonna stay at the house for a bit.
And I've got the blessed privilege to teach her how to drive.
Yeah, look. Where she was living at, she said she didn't need to. Now she does.
I mean, having a car here is kind of essential at this point. Oh, that's drugs, not my phone. Fuck.
I like your
hate my
jeans.
fucking life, man. Hate my fucking life.
Oh,
Mine?
and you had drugs and you're not
Mhm.
sharing?
Thank you.
They're really cool.
You gave them to
Thanks.
me
I figured
earlier,
that
and
they went
I
well
don't
with
know
this vest, you
why.
know?
They're the ones that you told me to
Yeah.
give to him.
Oh, I love your shirt.
Trying to
Thanks.
go for my
It's
phone.
the Misfits.
No, I had this.
Yeah.
Love the
Very
band.
cute.
Told your dad with the
Yeah,
flashlight
Thanks.
impediment.
I love the sides, how they're
Oh, yeah, I
open
did.
and
That's
shit. Looks
exactly
very
what
good.
happened.
Yeah,
Alright,
I like
guys,
it because
later
you
on
can
with
see my side tattoo without just
Oh,
totally having
hell
the.
Oh, and
yeah.
it was funny, love.
It was funny,
Hell
but
yeah.
it was not funny afterwards.
Mhm. You're not
Okay,
afraid
guess
that
I'm partaking.
like a tit's gonna fall out with your
tweet, the
jacket?
tweet,
Nah.
fuck my.
And if it happens, I
my
don't really
edibles are
care.
kicking in.
I just got
Oh,
fucking ripped
But
off
Hey,
I
that's-
my own fucking
I have
AirPods, man.
pasties on, so it's not like too bad.
Oh,
I don't
What's
know
the
if
fuck?
do you know
That's
what
cool.
pasties are?
I was drinking.
yeah,
and
they're
you
yeah.
said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just wanna I don't wanna like
I'm not-
say something and have you go, huh, what is that? Like I wanna be respectful and
That's fine. No, I know what
Okay,
people wear pasties. Where I came from. So.
hell yeah.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Am I good? I'm good?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you good?
I think so.
I mean, I didn't see them often, and I didn't wear
Mhm.
them, but I mean, they were there. For
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Cash or card, love?
Card, please. Card 97. Bet.
Alright, I'll go there in the tray for you. Oh, and
Thank you.
Did fish have names?
Hey, Ophi, how much did you charge it?
No.
How much did you charge? Oh, shit. How much did you charge?
So, yes, the fish have names. That's Turquoise, Nemo.
How many did you
Glenn,
get? You got
and
10, right?
Roger.
Yeah.
It's 2000.
You don't have to do
Turquoise,
this.
Nemo,
But I guess Sven is dead.
Sven, and Glenn. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's Sven and Glenn. They're brothers. I guess Sven's dead though.
What? Why? What happened to?
You don't have to, man.
Seems old age.
Appreciate it
Oh,
though.
For him.
He's just sleeping. He's
Oh.
just sleeping. He's alright.
Oh. Phew. I thought I was about to have to attend a.
Fucking heart attack, man.
You just have to tell him to wake up.
Emperor protects. The Emperor provides.
What?
For the Emperor.
What, for fish?
Hey, he gets
For
it.
Sven and Glenn?
Oh wait. Hey Dal, do you play Total War Warhammer 3 at your house?
I don't have 3. I have the first one.
Fuck. Me and Aurelius, we really need to get back on that. It was fun.
After tomorrow, I'm free the next following.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I have to pick it up at some point. A few of the mother mates have been asking me to pick it up.
Fuck yeah. So me and Aurelius are doing a mod run of it right now. It's where the Empire, we're playing the Empire, and the Empire has fucking like World War I, World War II level technology. So eventually we're just gonna have fucking war zeppelins.
Fucking hell.
I'm hyped. We're going to spread Sigmar's word across the good world.
I gotta think about something.
I bet.
You talking about alien shit again?
It's not alien, it's nerd shit.
Warhammer 3.
Nerd
Nerd
shit.
stuff.
Okay, okay.
Fantasy shit.
Yes, we're fucking nerds. Get over it.
Fuck yeah, nerd shit.
Fuck yeah.
Bento box.
That looks like beans.
You know what?
What?
Hey, nerds are crap.
Beans.
That's a lot of beans.
Gotta clear your system somehow.
Fucking hell.
Beans.
Should make your voice do that.
Because I just did the thing where my voice did that.
How?
Yes.
Oh.
Huh? I'm sorry.
It just does it naturally.
Enzo's got.
Hell yeah.
Why do you have so many beans?
Beans.
And where did he pull them out from?
Beans.
All I'm saying, mate, they better be fucking Heinz.
Oh, now she's got beans too. Fuck.
Everyone got beans.
That's a lot of
Aurelius,
beans.
Wait, touch beans with
I don't
me.
want
Aurelius.
beans.
Touch beans with
Don't
me.
ever
Oh.
say touch
They're
beans
touching
again.
bean
We're
bean.
touching beans.
Fuck's
We're
sake,
touching
bro.
beans.
Wow.
They're touching
You're,
beans.
eating,
bro.
you're eating
Touching
out of my
beans.
bean.
Touching beans in the vanilla unicorn? This is crazy.
Touch beans.
Oh, great.
Yes,
There's
touch
I wanna
beans.
go
more
to
beans.
bed.
Yeah,
I
it's
wanna go to bed.
I'm no longer high. Why is the world so
Beans.
colorless?
That's a lot of
Beans.
fucking beans, man.
Good night.
Oh,
Have a good one,
Beans.
Aurelius.
Have a good one,
Bye.
Aurelius.
Good night.
good night.
I'll see you later, man.
Bye. Yeah.
Bean.
It's a
I
tower of
stopped being
beans.
high in the. No, I stopped being high. The world's colorless. I need to go back. So
So
dull.
no.
That's a
Oh, it's just
really shit
weed.
though.
Okay.
Yeah, it starts with weed.
Oh, it's that weed.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much better. Look how much colorful the world
I
is.
don't even like
Found
beans.
that. Yeah, okay, you can just dump the beans into my beans and I'll eat them.
No, I got this beans.
You
Wait
get
a
the-
minute.
You get the beans.
Yeah, Lib finally caught on.
It's like touching tips but with
No.
beans.
Oh, you know what, Lib? Lib, look me in my eyes, okay?
Was I supposed to go to a spiritual birthday?
Liv.
party? No, only because you're wearing fucking heels.
Lib, I'm gonna eat something, Lib, that's gonna get me just like you, for real, for real.
What do you mean, just like me?
Grape flavored gummy.
Whoa.
Fucking muscle malfunction.
Apparently,
Wow.
Lib does not like grape flavored. Lib does not like grape flavored edibles.
She said no grapes.
Fuck.
Grape fritter. Grape fritter. That sounds
She really said, "Fuck them
absolutely
grape."
foul, man.
Oh,
Oh.
Enzo.
Fuck you, Enzo. What the? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Since when can I stand up that fast? Anyway.
I stopped being high as soon as I fixed my body. What the fuck? Alright, we'll just go to the meth. Fuck it.
I just blame it on the. Don't be smoking. Don't rack meth off the fucking counter, Enzo.
Yeah, hello, Enzo.
Dallas.
Enzo, no.
God damn it.
Enzo.
Why did you say it's too late? Like it's some sort of fucking big ass battle that you're about to pull off.
It's too late to apologize. It's too late.
Oh my god.
I said it's too late.
Oh my god, Enzo's so goofy. Yo,
Alright, y'all, last
Lexi in
call.
the city.
We have a last call up in here. Last
Yeah,
call.
yeah.
Need anything for the road, let me know, because we're going to close it up.
She's
Damn straight.
I tried
Alcoholics don't run in my family. We drive. Give me my keys.
Oh no.
Oh, not that.
That's really scary. what
Only
you just
one
said.
time.
Can I have a
That's
space rum?
Yes, you can have space.
that's tragic. AK didn't get this.
I am sober. I was fucking with you guys. Okay, well. You know, Kelly,
Yeah,
normally
fuck.
we take me to dinner first.
We can do that.
That's not those handcuffs. Those handcuffs are at home. I mean, what?
Hey, I got a
Yeah.
few pairs in the drawer
Look,
and at
finish that
home, so
sentence.
like.
Got hang.
Hey, yo,
What?
private
Is he a
road.
cop? Why would he have
Hey,
handcuffs?
man.
Who says you need to have
For certain,
be a cop to have
yeah,
handcuffs?
exactly.
What?
Just cop him to the
Is that
pole in the center.
illegal?
Well, it's question.
I mean, you
It's
could
kinda
you
fair.
could get fuzzy cuffs. I mean, those are legal, right?
Fuzzy cuffs. What the heck's
Yes,
a fuzzy cuff?
Technically, those
It's
are.
a cuff that's fuzzy.
Cops won't.
How do you make metal
generally won't
fuzzy?
question about the cuffs.
You glue fuzz to
Occasionally
it.
they will, but they won't actually do anything about it
Oh.
because there's no proper restrictions on them at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, where I came from, if you were found with cuffs, it's like a federal offense. So.
Okay, here we go. I'm coming your way, love.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, it's coming up on this tray. Wait for
As long as you're not
it.
using
Go.
Sure.
them for mischievous
Alright, go for it.
endeavors, you're fine.
How'd you use them for good stuff?
What has you two giggling?
Nothing.
He walks up to the door and the door unlocks when he's got handcuffs on him. Like, how are you using the keys? Like, the keys are on my dick.
Hey yo.
Hey, yo.
Right, okay.
Hey yo.
That
Can
was
you
so
wash
much
those
A.
Shame.
before you like
Shame.
pass them on? Jeez,
Shame.
oh.
Horny jail. Go to horny jail.
So
I'm the
much
warden of
ego.
horny jail. Go to horny jail. Yeah.
Oh. Is he broken?
No.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, I know.
They learned about. I'm not saying that over the radio. I'm still saying it with people.
What are you?
What about what?
Probably where he puts his keys.
Oh.
There's all unicorns on the ground. Unicorns. Unicorns.
You make my rain round, rain round.
Baby, rain round.
I want to go.
In the
listen to
yard.
music.
What'd you say?
All right, y'all. We cleaning up, so
No.
unless you need a drinks, y'all don't gotta go
Closing
home.
Enzo, get a
time.
fucking mop and start cleaning, you lazy bastard.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
You're
He gets the stage.
you're
What?
Oh.
one for the road.
Anyways, don't do it.
What happened?
Oh.
Beach.
Beach. Beach.
Beach.
What is this? Hold on.
Righto, well, it's been a fun one, yeah.
Yeah. All right, time to go.
Let's roll.
Let's
Sure.
roll.
Alright, y'all be set. Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
It's good to
Take
see
care.
you. Whoa.
Good to see you.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Excuse
What's up?
me. Coming
Bye.
through.
Ah!
Pat, 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 pat. Oh.
Not me still dancing.
Let me get in my car. And see, 'cause I don't look that up. Yo, Andre, can we go up to LFC? Can you help
Yeah.
the homie out?
Yeah, of course.
Fuck yeah.
I'll meet you there. Okay, so hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Hear me out. Hear me out. He's not that bad.
Who? Enzo?
Mhm.
Yeah. Telling you.
Kind of vibe with him. Not gonna lie.
Good. I'm glad.
Oh my god, you can wipe that smile off your face.
There's my bestie. My besties are getting along together.
Hang on, I'm your bestie. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. We've
Yes,
literally joked
bestie.
about fucking each other for like several days. At this point, we gotta be besties. Like,
Wait, we joked about what?
you know what I said.
I don't.
We joke about fucking each other all the time. We gotta be besties at this point. Like,
You were joking. I wasn't.
you know, they weren't jokes, but at the same time, shut the fuck.
Shut the fuck.
Shut the
Fuck does that
fuck.
mean? Get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
Ow. Fuck your car.
It's not even my car. It's not even my car.
Whose car
Ty.
is it? Ty's car? I'm gonna tell Ty that his car punched me in the titty and that I'm going to punch him in the titty as payback. Ow.
Ring a roses, a pocket full of posies, a tissue, they all fall down.
Oh, a tissue? A tissue? I've never heard that phrase before.
That's a British one for you.
Interesting. Why a tissue?
Yeah. I don't know. Do you really think I'm the one who fucking made the song?
I mean, it's ashes to ashes because it's all about people dying from the black fucking plague.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
No.
Where'd Lexi go?
Oy vey.
Or she went.
She went to go sleep with the wifey. Go cuddle with the wifey.
and shit.
Yeah, be all cute lesbians and shit.
It's all for real. I'm telling you just how I feel. So wake up the
Got the members of my nation.
Get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
Get the fuck. You soggy pancake.
Fuck off, you blue waffle. Alright, what am I doing?
I just needed a repair, dog.
Oh, okay, sweet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Ooh, up and Adam. Hi. Up and Adam's open.
What's that?
It's like it's a burger place.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
Oh damn.
Ew.
Okay.
That's
so,
how bullying her.
So I don't see that. I think it's something you should think /HUD. Actually, no, it's perfect. If he repairs it, see if that bar is still there. Let's see if that bar still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be something else.
To the right is speedometer. It's like a little red bar at the bottom, and it goes up and up and up. I feel, and it's like, is it fucking damaged? What the fuck is it? I don't know what that is. Or I might just be crazy, but I feel like it inches further up and up and up as I drive it.
Wait, what red?
I'm not seeing it either. I don't know what she's on about.
You could always try and take a photo. whip your phone out and see if that helps.
Oh.
I'm gonna say a bad word.
It went uppy.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Alright, try and take a little snapperoo on your phone and then email me.
Okay.
See if I can figure out for you.
What the fuck just happened? I don't like it.
You need a service, massive.
Ty, your car punched me in the boob, so I'm gonna
Going
punch you
that
in the
way,
boob.
too.
What?
Your car punched me in the boob, so I'm punching you in the boob. What'd you
What?
say?
I said y'all going up and Adam too.
Yes.
little bit of
at some
titty
point,
punch.
yeah.
Alright, fuck it. We'll meet you. I'm going there right now.
Gonna punch you in the fucking tit, mate.
My car.
Oh my god. Did y'all have... I cannot. I fucking hate
Making
it.
a fake British accent around Brits is the funniest thing I've ever fucking.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
I'm doing a fake Brit accent around a bunch of Brits with Brit.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, no, I knew exactly what. I'm assuming. I'm
like that.
assuming this is the one that tried to pick me up in front of the VU. I have too much illegal shit on me for y'all to be doing that to me right now.
That's funny.
Pick someone up, what? Never.
Uh-huh.
That's why I was
know
like,
that
I
fucking
should
piece of
change.
shit white car that straight up hit me and then kept fucking going. I flew 30 feet in the fucking air. You
I was
fucking
like, I should
bitch.
fucking. I heard you go, ah! It was like, oh, is that Brittany?
You're such a bitch.
I was like, Pat, should I change my fucking
literally
hair?
got-
And he's like,
You don't
"Hmm."
understand. I straight up got fucking launched. I was like flying for a minute, and then this bitch just keeps going. I was like, oh hell no, I'm gonna find you. I
I'm gonna
did.
find you and I will kill
in
you.
my eyes, you landed on your fucking wheels, so.
Oh, I did land on my wheels. I still flew 30 feet in the fucking air. That shit was
Aye, but
priceless.
funny innit?
It was funny. No, I agree.
Retweet.
Retweet.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh my
should have
god.
played the song.
Who the
I'm
fuck's
like a
ring-
bird.
Hello? I'm currently doing a service. Why? What's up? A service on a car.
Test number 3.
I'm at LSC,
Hello.
where I work.
Oh, I wanted to say hi to
I'm not yelling at
everyone.
you.
I'm gonna say hi and then I have to come back
Oh,
this
hello,
radio.
tired. I'm Andre. I see you soon.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi.
I just wanted to say hi.
I don't know, mate. He's right here next to me.
Who's on your radio?
Just him and Ty.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Hey,
What do you mean?
Fucking smile on your face tells me all I fucking need to know, mate.
What'd you say, Brett?
No, not you. I was talking to the lady.
Hmm.
My Jesus.
I don't know, mate. Don't know.
Yeah, chat more shit.
What do you mean?
Know exactly what I mean.
Pant up, pant
don't
up,
know.
pant up. Pant up, pant up, pant up.
Fucking, me and Maui
that
broke
was
up, though.
so funny.
What?
Fucking Panto just rips in here.
Hey, sexy.
Shit was like fucking Mario Kart. What was
That was at you, Ty.
What's that?
I said, hey, sexy.
Hi, sexy.
So funny.
Oh, I hate
You know,
that
make
was
it aware
so
which one I was
funny.
talking to.
That was so stupid. You just shot some balloons on the back of that thing. That's straight up like a go-kart.
You know what I should do? I should fucking get my Panto and fucking stick the mad spoiler on it. Not spoiler, fucking some mad spoiler and a giant exhaust on the back.
Oh my god, do it. That'd be
Yes.
funny.
That'd be so
That'd be funny.
good.
Pull into
I
work with
condone
that.
this decision. I condone this decision. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Fucking financial decisions there.
Hey, she's not the one who's paying for him, so you know she can encourage you to spend your money all she wants.
Exactly. Exactly. Doesn't hurt me at all.
I got you. I got you. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Just got done with fucking PD training.
Oh,
How'd that go?
that sounds rough.
Oh, it wasn't bad, but I had the shit beat out of me yesterday, so I'm like
Oh,
really
God.
sore, and that just added on top of it.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear. Tragic.
What's up, dickhead?
What are you guys up to?
What's up, dickhead?
I already told you what I was up to. What you mean?
Not you. I was talking fucking them. Fuck you, little fucking clock.
Hey, you little fucking wanker, mate.
I fucking love Zelina so much.
Mind your fucking chebs in.
Get to fuck, killer wanker.
Itty bitty titty committee. Oh my fucking god.
Yo, nothing wrong with little bitty titties, alright? Shut the fuck. Get to
Can't
fuck.
relate. There was anything wrong with it.
Can't.
Did any of that come out of my mouth?
can't relate.
Saying that there was anything wrong
About
with
what, itty bitty
being an itty
titties?
bitty
I
titty
can't
committee?
either.
I
I don't
am I
understand
the
why
only
people
one
pay to
with-
make them bigger. That's my
am
question.
I the only one
Cause
with
they're
smaller
fucking
boobs?
dumb. Let's be honest here. They're straight up
Is-
fucking dumb. If you want triple fucking G's and stuff to where you can bust a fucking watermelon with that, got
Like, I
issues.
already gotta go up a shirt size. Like, hello, because of these things.
Right.
Shit ain't right.
We mine are
Just sue.
small but mighty.
Exactly. That's all that matters. Small
Tiny
I
butt,
mean,
but
I also got
mighty.
4 of them, so I guess I make up for that, you know. But
Excuse
anyways, moving on from that topic.
me? Wait, hold on. Wait.
You can't see 2 of them, but you know.
Okay,
Invisible
listen.
I mean, if you
Totally straight. Listen, I'm totally
if you
straight,
wanna
but I
if you
wanna
wanna okay, all right, bet. No, like come
Kinda
to
wanna
the
see
corner.
too,
You wanna
hold
see?
on.
You wanna see it? Okay,
Wanna
come
see,
to the
yep,
corner.
yep,
All right, all right.
Uh-huh.
All right. Hold on. Let me turn this way so that they don't get to see. All right. There you go.
Oh fucking damn.
shit.
Yeah.
God damn.
I got binoculars out. I got a good view.
Oh my god, not you.
Take a picture.
Not you zooming
Take a
in on my.
picture.
No, don't take
Picture.
Definitely different.
Take a picture. We need proof.
No, I didn't change anything. I've repaired it a couple
Nah.
of times.
Oh my fucking god, dude, I can't.
The lady's like, yeah, you can see my sticky titties.
I've been grabbed.
Snatched.
How are you? How was training?
I'm sore.
Well, that's to be expected, isn't it?
Wow, so professional.
111. I'm triple one.
I don't
yeah.
need that. I just need to know if it's cash or card.
Oh, card. Of course I have it.
It's all good.
Thank you.
You say sue you?
Serious. Ah, snatched. Eh.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Hey yo.
Alright, goodbye.
I'll fix it for free.
Where are
thank
you
you.
off? Where are you off to?
Oh, I'm just gonna park this outside. Bring it back in.
I was gonna go up to Up and Adam. That place is fun.
Is there anybody even working there right now?
Yeah, it's
Where?
open. Up and Adam.
Oh.
I got a shit ton of tacos on me right now, so I
Ooh,
don't need
tacos.
up and at 'em.
Yeah, I don't
Just saying,
I don't
guys.
need anything. I just gonna go up there and be annoying.
I'm just saying, guys. It could
What?
be chaos time.
Chaos time?
Chaos time.
Chaos time. Chaos time.
And my butt was bigger than it normally was, so.
Yo, your butt got big? Nice.
Everybody's butts got big.
Hey yo.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
You did mine?
No. You're still part of the itty bitty booty committee.
Fuck off. Leave my little muffin alone.
What the fuck have you just said, mate?
I can't
I've got-
tell
I've
if
got-
my
I've got a little
ass is
Called it a
bigger.
muffin. Yeah, I called it a muffin.
Yeah, does my ass look bigger?
Who are you asking?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone's who's gonna look.
I'd say yeah.
Oh, bet. Fucking bet.
Give it a slap.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So Z, you're gonna come do the hawks for me?
Oh yeah, you want to do
I'm
that?
still a fucking cop. I like my job.
They'll do it if you're forced to.
You ain't gonna force me to do shit.
I'll stick a fucking pea in your head.
You're gonna stick a pea to my head?
A pea? A fucking, like, one of those
Uh,
tiny ass fucking green peas. You're just gonna, like,
Yeah.
you're just gonna put it to her temple and be like,
imagine that,
hack.
right? Nah, right, imagine that, right? Someone's trying to do these fucking acts and you just like sticking peas at them.
Wild.
Something's fucking wrong with me.
Well, that's a given, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck.
I'm not wrong, mate. Shut your mouth.
Mate, your fucking hairline's receding back
Shut
to
your
fucking
giggy, you
Africa.
dickhead. Shut your mouth.
Look at the baby.
Oh, that's what was growling. I thought it was my
The
hunger.
little baby.
The baby.
It's a little. Oh, that's a fucking cat.
It's a cat.
It's a cat.
Yeah, you've been living under a fucking rock.
I didn't look fucking behind my fucking fat ass. Leave me the fuck alone, you fucking cuck.
Well, I'm sorry that your ass is going up to your fucking shoulders that you can't even fucking look behind you. What?
I was not paying. It hurts to fucking turn my fucking body right now, you fucker. I have broken ribs. Go fuck yourself.
Sounds like a
with the
fucking
fucking
Get to
cactus.
fuck. Get to fuck.
Yes, complete skill issue when a dude breaks into my house and beats me in the back of the head with a bat. Damn.
Who the
No,
fuck did that?
was such
Who's
a skill
dying?
issue.
I cleaned up the blood for you, by the way.
Thank you.
Who the fuck did that?
That stupid laugh tail fucking dude because we have fucking Ichabod in jail right now.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah. Did not fucking feel good, dude.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
I slept at my mom's house last night,
Oh,
and I was so
do it
fucking.
again.
That was fucking weak as fuck.
Shut your fucking mouth, mate. You had your fucking,
was fucking weak
baseball
as
bat
fuck.
wrapped round your fucking skull.
You, yeah. What's your point? What is your point? How is that an
Bless
insult?
you.
How is that an
Fucking
insult?
skill issue.
Yeah, completely. Yep.
Should have been fucking ready for it.
Oh,
Yep.
you did.
Yep, every fucking day, ready to get a
Mate,
baseball bat to the back
you
of
need
the
to go and
head.
get a
Yep.
fucking Ring doorbell so you can fucking see who's going in your road.
I
Fucking
literally
numpty.
unlocked my door and he came behind me. One, you don't know the full situation to it, and two, I actually almost died from it. So you can go fuck yourself on that one, there,
Still a
buddy.
skill issue.
Not really.
Exit out.
Yeah.
I'm screaming.
Are you okay?
I think she's passed out of something.
I can't fucking. I can't. Y'all are too fucking.
I'm sorry, but can you take a breath and kind of repeat that one for me? So I can't even understand you when you're giggling like an absolute gremlin. Fuck me. Why you behave yourself?
Oh, I know how to fix this. This is how you get her to breathe. Hold on.
Sit on her face.
I mean,
supposed
you
to
could
put
sit on my
mouth in it.
face if you. Ah!
Alright.
Hey!
Look, take a breath.
Fuck.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
god. Oh my god.
I mean,
Abuse.
no.
Who the fuck you swearing up to?
Would you like to know, bitch?
How then? Dickhead.
Just gonna.
Just a lover squirrel at this point.
I'll put you in the bin again.
Again.
No.
You fucking gun.
Hey, uncuff me now. Jeez, geezer.
Jesus.
I literally have so much fucking food on me right now. It's not even funny.
So much food. What the fuck?
What the fuck was that?
What the fuck?
not.
literally just
You
calling
do
me
not.
fat now. All right.
No,
okay, I'm
no,
one
I'm
person.
not. I'm
I
not
have my
calling
fucking
you fat.
limits. I'll catch you guys later, dude.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Wait, what car is that? That's still need a muscle, that.
Oh no.
You should have known better. You don't do that to girls.
Yeah.
Andy does it. I'm gonna do it as well.
Hate it here.
Forgot how to bind that one, big man. Won't lie.
Hmm?
Forgot how to muscle that one. How the fuck did you do it again?
Which one?
Oh.
To bind
one?
muscles. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know you have to
I haven't
tempt
done it
fate.
in fucking ages. I want to bind a couple of muscles. New
Mhm.
ones at least.
Dude, she dead ass thought I was calling her fat, but I really wasn't.
I'm gonna post that on Squawk.
What?
What I sent you an email.
Please don't.
Uh oh. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow.
What you mean? To make everyone's toes curl.
That does not sound very that sounds foreboding coming from you.
The fuck do you mean?
The fuck you think I mean?
Yeah, fuck down. That's why I'm asking.
When you say in that tone and you're like, and then even Andrew's like, no, please don't. That feels very foreboding.
Did you do it?
No.
Okay, do it.
Why? What are you gonna do? You've got something planned if you want me to do it.
Just do it.
Interesting. Hopefully it works. You know what I'm doing?
Imagine
this
you
floppy.
fuck it up and you just like you totally flop and it's still just as funny.
I fucking can't remember the password to floppy. Well, that's fucking cringe. Hold on. I know how to fix it. How do I delete that?
You know, I never figured out how to delete posts.
I need to go on my profile. There
You
we go.
click
Got
your
it.
little icon in
Got it.
the top right.
Not happy calling you out.
Hang on. It's gonna piss everyone off.
I am
What?
concern that PNG.
Why?
I don't
It's really
fucking
funny.
know. You keep asking why, like you're not fucking saying like you're not fucking saying.
What did you share?
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I can't
What the
even.
I was not expecting that. Mine worked, by the way. Let's go.
I don't want to look because of that other one.
Give mine a like, yeah? Dickhead.
I want to look. That was not as bad, but what the fuck?
Yeah, it is.
What, you just...
Getting fucking nail clippers to the teeth, what do you mean?
I mean, it's gonna take a lot of force to do that, but the other one's just like...
You can see the fucking toe hairs, bro. Dude, mate, the toe hairs are so long.
I can't do it. That's so awful. Oh, wait. That's like one of the things that just out of character. I'm gonna fucking vomit, bro.
Not again.
There you go. Alright, should we go rob something then?
Aye. Can't if there's enough fucking stinky PD or some shit.
Can't do Big Bang.
How?
Fleeca?
I changed some of
What?
accent.
Fleeca?
Okay. Oh right. Yeah, sure. Fleek.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Aye.
Bobcat.
Bobcat. Interesting. Can do, yeah. I could care less. You're getting more from Bobcat, so I can do
I
that.
think we might have to fucking craft the shit though for Bobcat.
Do you know that?
Check the storage.
I have access to your storage, don't I?
You both do.
I forgot the password, don't even fucking lie.
Bruv, I'm gonna email you it.
You never fucking pinned it before. You want to close that?
Shit. I didn't close it.
You twat.
I'm still dying for that fucking squawk pose.
My car feels so fucking weird all of a sudden.
Oh, bet we only need to make the fucking fuses.
Okay.
Bet.
Oh, never mind. I remembered it.
Yeah.
Where'd you get 5k casino chips? You know what? I don't even care. The amount of what the fuck? You said what do we need?
Oh, the fuse.
Okay. Go for that.
The storage information's in the email check.
Storage information. What? All right. I see. Okay. You want me to go crafting, yeah?
Yeah. Don't even remember what I need for fucking fuses, but only one way to find out.
It'll be in the email chain, you dickhead.
It's not.
Oh, you twat, right? It's the only thing you didn't do, innit?
Yep.
That's fucking tragic.
I'm a wee bit stupid sometimes.
You know what, Felt?
Fuck off, you.
You're stupid all the time. The fuck you talking about?
Nice driving.
Thanks. I know, right?
Fuck me, you spin me all like a Beyblade.
Number one rule: if you're a passenger, wait for the car to fucking stop. What a dickhead!
Oh, I only need metal scrap and plastic.
That's not even bad, to be fair. You ate so much shit. That's well funny.
I can't fucking see.
Go for it. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yar.
Yar. Oh.
We need to use them fucking Tom and Ben voices.
Okay.
It's well funny.
Oh god.
They'll fucking never know who it is.
I'll just not talk. I need to change my hair too.
But
Honestly, while y'all are doing this, I can go do that.
what's that?
While y'all are doing this, I can just go down to Harwick Avenue and do that.
This will take like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Hey, what's happening?
I'm changing my hair. Putting my
Okay,
hair up.
Jones.
Yeah. I mean, if Brittany's gonna call me on it, I might as well, you know.
Cry.
Cry?
The fuck?
Why don't you cry about it?
Mate, shut up. I've got Joe and fucking the billionaire. What is this shit?
Hey, yo.
This is well fucking stupid. Hold on. What the fuck are you doing?
What, me? Just chilling.
Might want to move because I gotta come pick me up.
Ugh. Not the headaches. I'm gonna try and close.
Lego.
Ba-dum.
So we're doing the roadman outfits, but then the Tom and Ben voices. Don't know if you fucking speaking. Can he fucking hear you?
Way out. Yeah, I can't
No.
hear shit.
What about now?
Holy shit.
This
Yes.
is fucking.
I don't fucking know y'all's voices.
That one's fucking. I might use this
Those are
one.
the deeper ones, yeah.
Should have used this one. Hello, Ty. Hiya, Ben. Wait, I'm Ben. Fuck. Yeah, you're Ben. I'm Tom. Tom, yeah. You like his voice? I like this one better than anyone else. Yeah, it's better than the one. You what? You fucking what, mate?
Damn.
Better than the other one, mate. Yeah, it is, mate. Shut your mouth, you cunt.
There you go.
You coming with us, I.
Like fucking, oh my god.
What's that? Was it a talk she's doing with? Of course, man. Mate, my fucking pink hair is sticking out like a fucking
Yeah,
sore
that's
cunt.
we need to go and fucking change our hair.
I'm just gonna change it to black. Okay.
Yeah. I'm headaching like a mother.
Oh, mate. You know, I wish the fucking fake blades worked. I know, Finn. Was it just gonna fucking notice me? Fucking pricks.
Oh god damn. Shut the fuck.
To be honest, the second I start driving, don't know who it is. Oh, fuck it.
What the fuck? What the hell is that?
I have no idea.
That was what the
I started playing music on Spotify, and then it just started going through my mic. And it was kind of fucking
This is
Now
terrible.
he's sucking at cock. Good one. Good job. The fucking shit stain, honestly.
You're unjizzle.
Mate, what the fuck did you say?
I said you're unjizzle.
Shut up, you piff.
Oh my god.
I think I knew you got the stuff yet.
Yeah.
Right, actually, I need to get going. I'm a fucking twat.
All I got's a pistol. Do I need anything else?
Oh, fuck me. Hopefully not. Hopefully don't breach.
Okay.
I think I have a gun inside my fucking shitty red beak. Let's use one your car, Smith. Like you don't have a Florida.
No, see, is it?
Oh, fuck me.
And then his fucking little weasel.
No one would suspect a thing. Not the.
What the fuck am I looking at? I need piss level.
Alright.
But I've got like a fucking automatic pistol. It's gonna be great.
Oh hell yeah.
I'm just gonna stop here. Grab some ammo. Who the fuck's that? Well,
Need a pistol.
get fire this fight. I should have a fire hands license. This is bullshit. Them fucking pegs. But no fucking license. Cunt.
Oh my god. Stop.
How do you get my fucking gun license, pal? I'll be ready now. We might have to have a shoot. I don't know what's gonna happen with these fucking cops.
Well, the only reason why the breach was last time was because
It was just two of us and it was a big bang. I don't know about the severity of Bob gun.
Apparently you can do it fast if you know what you're doing.
Aye. It's not that hard to be fair.
No, I know what I'm doing.
I'm gonna let y'all do that because I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. So
And yeah. A lot easier than Big Bang, to be fair.
Mhm.
Less money obviously, but it's better than a fucking fleek. Oh man. And I stopped at the bank as well. I stopped at 265k. Just chilling.
Not just chilling.
That's pocket money. I've got 2.3 now in it.
God, I wish that
Hey,
was
we ready to
pocket
go?
money to me. Yeah.
Sick. All I'm saying though, is you need to pick one of the other bandit.
You know, I can barely fucking understand what you're saying.
That's fucking cap. It's not that bad. Get a grab.
It's a little bit bad. That's why
It's bad.
like change mine.
Yeah. I can't auditory process shit, bro. I don't know what it all sounds like.
What did you say?
Said I can't fucking process shit. It just sounds like.
Wow. Shut up. As Geralt said,
Alright, bet.
understand me a wee bit better now, or no?
Yeah, that's better.
The fuck would people be?
Up and at 'em.
It's a good fucking question. Yeah, up and
Where
up.
the fuck's up and at 'em?
North. It's by Big Bank, if I remember correctly.
Oh, wait.
Close up there,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's Prometheus. Please say they flip around. Come on, don't be a pussy.
Well. Also, we
Fucking
don't got enough lights to do this.
Not for what?
Do you need? How many
Oh,
lights do you
cops
need
went
to
off
do?
duty.
Yeah.
They're off duty. You kind of did.
Nope, can't do anything.
No, can't.
And for real.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll
they're.
just go fucking rob a store.
Okay, but.
I've got a drill. Just protect me.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the second time I try this. I don't know if I'll do it properly or not.
Can't. Oh, store. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see if we can do this. But we might need the hostage still though.
I was gonna say, when we like, should we just get a hostage just for extra, like?
No, I'll get on top of a roof.
You'll get on the roof.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah, because we'll have people on the outside just be like, don't come in. We have someone outside. I suggest you behave or some shit. Give me your money, you cunt.
So I'm supposed to tell him we have people inside?
What's that? Yeah, I say someone's outside. If you do things stupid, you get shot.
I did not catch that.
He said to tell them how many people are inside, and then tell them that we have a person outside, and if they do anything stupid, then they're gonna get shot.
Okay, bet.
If I fuck up the drilling, we're just dipping.
Might wanna go inside the shop, lady.
I have never fucking.
It's my grandmother. Fuck.
Well,
Hello.
hello.
Hello, hello.
Are you good?
Yes. How about you?
Fine. You're kind of in a convenience store with a gun and
Yeah,
got
you
called
know.
for a robbery.
You know, it's been a long day. I felt like, coming to the store, getting some groceries. I was in a water gun fight and I lost it, I forgot to, I forgot to put my water gun away. Well, that's okay. I don't know what
see.
Uh-huh. You know, it's been a long day.
You know, not wrong. I just got done training PD officers. and all
Oh
of 'em fucked up.
God. Oh God,
So
that
literally,
sounds.
it's just me on duty right now.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds.
They hate me.
They hate you. Oh my God. What did you do to them? How'd you whip? You whip them in shape?
We wipe the floor with them.
Oh, you know what? As you should. They gotta learn somehow, right?
Yelled at 'em, and I'm pretty sure we made at least one cry.
Oh well. I mean, you know, tough them up. You know, gotta make them. Gotta make them tougher. They'll hate you now, but they'll thank you later. You know. Yeah, I went
Just
the.
you in here?
Nah. There's some. We got one here, and then we got someone outside. Gotta be careful.
Oh.
Any, yeah. Any, you know, it's like I said, it's been a rough day. Any wrong moves, we're ready to, you know, get into another water gun fight.
Oh, lovely.
But you know, I'm just here getting a soda. I was looking at this sprunk here, you know.
I got it open.
Okay.
So, anything else exciting happened today? Or you just stuck training?
No. Yeah, that's all I've done today is fucking training.
Oh God.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
They just explained how bad it was today, bruh.
Dipped on me, everybody.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
That's fucking shite. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like all of PD is gone.
Oh,
Oh, really?
tragic.
How about we do this, yeah? We'll give you a good chase. Yeah?
I'm down.
Hell
That's the only
Sounds
thing
good
I
to
miss
me.
about not being PD is the chases.
Oh, yeah. Nah, we can do that.
Okay.
We're ready to go right now if you are.
Okay.
Come down. Get in the car.
We're just gonna wait for everybody real quick. I heard you were talking about training, so how was that?
I fell. I'm okay.
As long as you're okay.
Oh, for sure.
I watched so many officers blow themselves up on.
Oh, that's tragic.
Oh my
That's
God.
fucking tragic.
How are you doing, my lovely?
Great.
Yeah?
Hi,
Just
Wolf.
you?
Apparently Wolf just came on duty.
Oh, well.
I'm about to be in a chase.
Yeah, down here now.
You're
We'll
about
wait.
to be in a tent.
Yeah, we'll wait for him.
Yeah.
Yo, can I,
Yeah,
have you got
they're
heated,
gonna wait for you to get here, and then we're gonna have a chase.
you got heated seats in this bitch?
Yeah.
Ooh, toasty.
Hey, yo, you got the good treatment.
No, no, no. No, but for real, my arse cheeks were well nice and toasty in here.
You know, they're also
Yeah,
ventilated.
the fuck out.
Hey, yo.
So during the summer, it's air conditioned seat.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh
yo.
God. Aneo. Aneo.
I'm sorry. I had to. You know, better out than in.
You know what? That's what windows are for.
I had so many
Exactly.
baked beans today.
Not the. I told you to lay
Baked
off the
fucking
baked
beans.
beans, bruh.
With toast, yeah.
Beans are good for your heart.
I
The
bet
more
I'm
you
a to-
eat, the more you fart.
I've actually done that before. I will.
Hello, fucking Will.
Hello, little puppy.
Hey, yo, we got
How's
more
it going?
dog. Where my dogs at? Woo, 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 woo.
Alright, well, that's cool
Hello,
then.
little puppy.
Okay.
Do not call me puppy.
Hello,
Who's
puppy.
a good puppy?
Hi, puppy.
Alright, let's go. That's some fucking chin.
I can't.
Stole a robbery, completed. 8 diamonds, 5 gold, and 5k cash.
Nice.
So I'll figure out how much I'll sell that for, like, and then fucking split it.
Just fucking give. Just fucking give it all to the lady.
Okay.
Her first little thing.
Oh, is that the first time she said something?
It's the first time I've hit a store here.
Hey, we pumped your cherry. Let's go.
Yeah, I was trying to pop my fucking Fleeka cherry earlier, but you know.
We can also do a fleek later.
Fuck yeah. Oh, nice.
If you really want, you can hit everything with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm down.
I told her that, kind of shouting, sorry. Told her that, if I actually do start my own crew, then she's got an invite.
Oh, that's nice.
Aye, and you're leaving Underground, right?
I'm not sure yet.
What do you mean you're not sure yet? What's the point of staying in them?
I don't know. I'll see how it goes to now.
They're not do it. They don't do anything. They're a fucking racing crew and they don't even fucking race. What's wrong with you, you fucking dimwit? Mate, you built like fucking Humpty Dumpty.
Humpty Dumpty. Oh, and oh, okay.
Alright, that was a bit of shite driving. What was that? Hang on, let me change my voice box back.
Wee woo, wee woo. How you doing? What you doing?
Whoops. Anyway. Right, I think I'm sorted, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I need to fix it so that whenever I hit Z, it doesn't do that. Whee! Holy shit.
I'm hitting fucking everything, man.
You know,
Just,
sometimes it
don't-
just be like that. Oh, schmoove. Yeah, at least you're making it rain.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Make that pussy
Can
rain.
you take the drift kit off real
up.
quick? Holy
Oh.
shit!
Hey, yo.
Wasn't expecting that, to be honest. That was actually so perfect. Right, oh my god.
Are you okay, bud?
It's okay, they did a cartwheel.
What's happened?
They did a cartwheel, jumping down. So they flip.
Nah, they
Yeah.
fucking saw us. Get like fucking, I don't know, Baby Shark or something to play.
Baby shark,
I
I'm doing I have my eyes open.
Yeah, she got purpley eyes.
Oh, does she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
Right, well,
Send me a link to the purple eyes.
while you're driving, I'm gonna beam you for a little.
Okay.
Alright. You know, honestly, fuck it. You know, my purple eyes can deal with worse. Hold on, let me get something here.
Oh god.
Alright, chat, we're gonna do Silly Billy. You said Baby Shark? What about the metal Baby Shark? I think that'll be fine.
Little wall ride doesn't hurt.
Pretty sure this is... Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Oh, I think I got the perfect fucking... Who the fuck is listening to Claire de Lune? The fuck? Anyways. Oh, nice. Metal baby shark for the win.
Oh my god. Make sure they can hear it.
I mean,
The first time I fucked that one up.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No! Hey, yo, come on! Right, well, might need to shoot. Right, allow it, allow it.
Oh, he's in his head. I don't know if that. He would be in his head.
Allow it, Wolf. Allow it, bruv.
We got someone in there. Oh shit.
Taser! Taser, taser, taser! Shots fired, shots fired, shots fired.
I can't get out of the car and I don't know why. Oh, he's going down. He's going. Oh, cop went down. Cop down. I can't get out. I'm sorry. Oh shit! I can't fucking get out the car.
Flex your B muscle, then flex your X muscle. Son of a bitch!
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Give me 2 seconds, okay?
Oh fuck! I'm out.
Lady!
No!
Oh shit!
No, I tried.
Oh, and he's in this fucking head.
This is so stupid.
He's in this fucking head. That's gonna be tragic. She's almost down though. I swear she's gotta be. Come back! Come back! Come back from being in your head! Imagine when he wakes up.
This is not very great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Come on. Come on, Andre. You got this, bro. You got this.
Sick.
Oh, here comes. Here comes. Yep. This is tragic.
Where's Wolf at?
Wolf went down the fucking river. I did not want to fucking start shooting, man. Well, it's fine. That's so funny. He just comes back from beating his head like, hey, yo. I know. I was like, not you being in your head during this time. I know it's not gonna be a lot. It's just really fucking unfortunate and also really funny how it turned into this. Lady didn't have any extra armor or she would have armored up again. I think her ankles got shot out, actually. No, totally. I totally get it. I wish we could have waited until you got back. but they weren't giving us the chance, so you know.
Most unsuccessful successful thing I've ever done.
You're...
Hello.
I've got a suspect in my car.
Hi. How's it going?
Hi.
So basically,
You know, I took both of you down.
listen.
How much armor
I
you
couldn't
got
do
left?
anything in the car. You kept hitting me. I couldn't do shit.
I know, and her, I was popping her in the legs while she was hiding behind the flipped over car.
Yeah, I got my fucking ankles.
Bro, I was trying to pick her up, yeah, but I had too low health to do anything.
I was asking her
So
how much
fucking
armor
stupid. I
she
got
had
the
left
keys
on.
after like 10 minutes.
Well, you got my armor, you got me down to 66 heartbeats, and then I re-armored.
All I can
Aw,
say
damn.
is Wolf would not go down. I put a whole fucking 10 mags into this asshole.
Yeah, he's got a hard head.
Hard head, mate. He's made out of bricks, mate. What do you mean? He's built like a fucking wall.
Someone, are you able to bring a four-door down to the canals?
I wanted to do more chasing,
We've
but my
got
car
we've
hit
got
nothing.
three injured, including one officer and an additional suspect in custody. Yeah, they just need transported to the hospital.
Andrew's grandma.
Use
Oh,
Wolf's
God.
car.
Well, I can't drive his car and my.
I can get, well, make him over there drive it. I can give him the keys. I stole the keys.
Okay, so we need to get the three of them to the hospital. I've got.
Oh, hi, Wolf.
Dumbass in the car in handcuffs. He was at least smart enough to just surrender whenever he realized I was pointing a gun at his face.
There wasn't much you could do. He was smoking dumb
No.
ass something in his head. Dickhead.
Alright, so
Why
I'm
must
just gonna
we
be
resort
taking...
to shooting as the first option?
Listen, I didn't want to shoot, but you know.
We could
I'm
have
just
a
gonna-
nice little foot chase, you know? Come on.
I'm just gonna take anything that can hurt us off of you, okay?
Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, 2 cherries popped in one day. A
We're
store
in the
and
canals,
fucking
just
getting arrested.
north of the train yard.
Oh my god.
I'll send you a picture.
If only I could be so lucky out in the world. Oh my
God, when was the last time I actually texted Jim?
Who knows?
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, this is so funny.
Alright, same for you. Just gonna take anything that can hurt us off of you.
It's just my fucking pistol.
Oh, fuck.
Well, and your flashlight.
Not mad. Flashlight's not illegal though.
Well, I said hurt. You can swing it at me. And your knuckle dusters.
Okay. No.
Just
Oh,
illegal
yeah, I've
items,
seen-
Not even illegal items. Just items that's gonna hurt us.
I've seen some of y'all's jobs through PD. I know what I signed up for.
Yeah. You know,
Hey,
to be
it's
fair,
not-
I
it
was
was
just gonna let you
fun.
flip the car.
I saw Wolf, mate. He pulled guns. Didn't know what to do.
Well, he pulled a gun because I saw you pull your gun back out.
No, I only pulled it because I saw him pull it. I was like, nah, he's gonna fuck me up.
I pulled my taser.
He was screaming taser. He was screaming taser.
Screaming taser. That's when I opened fire. When he said taser, I was like, nah.
Oh my god.
You fucked it. I wanted to flip my car, but it was being scuffy. It wouldn't flip.
They've both been searched and cuffed. I have not
This is so
Mirandized them.
Ouch.
Skill issue, Wolf.
Skill
Wolf.
issue. Not the skill issue. That's
What's this
so
for? Is
funny.
this, store robbery, yeah?
Yeah, store robbery, and I have one more
I
suspect in my
should've,
car as well.
No, not to have my taser out.
So if y'all take them to the hospital, I'm gonna take the one that's not injured to PD, and then I'll do the report for all three.
10-4. We'll transport. I'll transport to the hospital then.
Didn't want to shoot you, Wolf. One more time than cheers. Fuck's sake.
Dispatch from
Oh,
1
cool.
Chevy 76 to Eclipse Shitty Hospital.
Oh no.
Going to be taking all the jumps and going code 3 because I like the sirens. Whoop, whoop. It's the
You're
sound
gonna
of the
kill
beat.
us!
Oh, we're gonna... See, I jumped
Fuck,
out
are
of the
you
car.
not dead?
I called the jump. We're definitely going to need transport to the hospital now.
You need more speed than that to take it. You want me to show you?
It was good fun.
What
It was good fun. I'm not a driver, I'm a pilot, alright? I've never claimed to be a good driver.
I can tell.
I'm the one flipped this car as well.
Mate, you should let us go for this. Like, what the fuck? Allow it. Give us another chance.
Yeah, we just get
Chase
into
for
a
a fucking
second
flip.
chase, right?
Ah, come on. Let's do another chase. Promise it won't go as bad
It
as this.
it probably didn't flip because we were in there. I'm not.
I think it's
gonna
because you
lie.
two were in the car.
Yeah.
And you let me flip it.
Uh-huh.
I think they're well done.
Oh, I'm crispy.
They're definitely
I'm the crispiest.
We're going to
Oof.
have to carry them. I'm going to have to come with you.
Oh, okay, here you go.
I'm going to let me carry them, yeah, because you need to drive. I'm going to pick you up and put you on my shoulder.
I go for it. You look strong enough.
You know, even though you
Oh,
got
he's
gunned
definitely
down, at least you're not crispy.
I got out of the car when I saw what was
At
happening.
least you're not crispy crunchy.
Oh yeah. So you just sent us to die.
Yeah, literally, like, honestly, I need to go to the hospital myself because I've got a dick hair
I'm
of heartbeats,
fucking
like.
crying.
I don't know how you even have a dick hair. Should be
'Cause I had
dead.
super heavy armor. And I
Bruh.
jumped out of the vehicle while it was still midair. So it
That is
technically didn't get me.
I can't believe you even attempted to do it at that speed.
Like how you called it. You called it.
to Eclipse Medical.
I'm off duty as well, so.
I hate that I can't buckle my
Absolutely no
seatbelt
jump
when
off.
I'm
Oh, well, fuck, we're dead.
fucking.
Yeah, oh, it was a really bad jump. But it was
I hate the seatbelt
I thought he was
sounds
touching that
so
car.
much.
maybe. I don't know what he's gonna take it for himself. Fucking his passport stamp. Look at that.
You know, I don't know what car this is, but it actually is decent.
Oh dear. I'll tell you what, if
Interceptor.
anyone has body cam footage, you can delete it. 'Cause if my wife ever sees that, I'll never hear the end.
Oh, I
Oh,
got
so
you.
basically, I'm gonna put that in clips there.
Mhm.
You can try. You carry on. Find out what happens.
Well, I'll
Fuck around and
and
find
I'll
out.
find out. Don't worry.
We are the fuck around and find out police after all.
Oh, yeah.
Hey yo.
You're gonna nick my body cam. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, we're not.
Possibly.
Well,
Wow.
we might just nick you instead. Save
Hey
body.
yo,
Ooh,
yes,
hey yo.
daddy.
You're saying hey yo now, but when we take you to 257, you won't be saying hey
Mate,
yo.
fuck off with
You'll be saying
257.
help me.
Don't near Azkaban.
Oh no, that's not Azkaban. 257 is worse than Azkaban.
Oh,
Shit.
Fuck off. I don't want
There's
the
stuff
names.
to do at Azkaban.
Yeah, there's nice things at
Oh,
Azkaban.
okay,
like
okay.
There ain't
radios
shit
and
to do at
chairs
257.
and- Okay, I'm gonna get this one over here.
Alright, I gotta get the police officer first.
Mhm. Mhm. You know, at least I can actually see this hospital.
Oh, you can?
I can actually see. It's a miracle.
I can change that.
My eyes fucking survive. Oh, why would you? Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
I got you.
I'm gonna go try to make that other one up there.
Hey. Oh.
That is not what's meant to happen, but yeah. Can you sign in?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Okay, I'll meet you upstairs.
This is a hot mess. It's so funny. I'm crying. I kind of wish I couldn't see the hospital. Oh, wow, look at the flexibility. I can't move. We're stuck. Oh, I think it's because she's still.
All right, looks like you're mine then.
Oh wow. You know, usually I get to know someone's name before they claim me, but you know.
Oh no, I'm not claiming you in that way. I'm not claiming you in that way. Don't worry. I'm married, happily married.
Oh, good.
That was actually my wife that y'all were shooting at.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yo,
Can you hop out of the bed for me?
I did.
Can you walk or-
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, I can't pick you up for some reason. All right, come over here.
Came in like Batman on your wee bike and just fucked us.
Bike?
Oh no,
Wait,
that
was
was
not you?
that
Or
was
was that
that was him.
fucking pool
That's
over
him.
there?
I'm not fucking. I don't ride.
Oh,
a bike.
right.
Can you take me for a fucking idiot?
Well,
I ain't one of these
Cop.
lost MC losers.
Hey, to be fair, it was my crotch
Not
rocket.
them having
Oh, it's
personal
Andre's
beds.
personal
That's
bed.
so funny. That's so fucking. What the fuck?
that is great. That's
That's
always personal
beautiful.
cell too. Take these cuffs off. I want to fucking face palm as well. Allow it.
Just think.
Allow it. Don't have anything.
Here, I got you. I got you.
What?
I'll dance in his honor. You know.
There you go.
There we
I
go.
I got it for you. I got
There
it.
we
No,
go.
I want to do it. Let me do it. I won't do any fun.
Oh wait, it's Andre Black.
Yeah.
Who's Andre Black?
It is Andre Black. No.
What? Isn't Andre Rain Pill?
This is last name.
What?
Jesus Christ. Fucking.
Hey, let me. Yeah, that does say Andre Black there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Interesting.
surprised I don't have a personal bed yet.
Can change.
I feed this hospital its money.
Try not get shot so much. Try not pull your taser out while someone's trying to flip a car.
Well,
And then-
you know, I was
Right,
you
let's
know,
get
I
out
was
of there
told
quickly.
not to let
All right,
criminals
let's
flip their cars
run
if they
away.
flip.
We gotta run.
Ignore
We gotta
the-
run, guys.
ignore
We
the
gotta
taser.
run. We gotta
It
run.
was like a 4-second chase. I could have done better.
That was longer than 4
Yeah, it
seconds.
happened.
Have you two read these to their rights?
Oh no, you got it,
You
Wolf.
should
You want me to get
randomize them before you do anything else.
I
and
didn't
then
know if they
search them.
were under military
No, we
police or
have
not.
never been
arrest or
arrested.
not.
No, they're
Arrested.
under arrest for y'all.
just
I'm not
LSPD
arresting them.
No, we're not. We
Okay.
just happen to have
Alrighty.
cuffs on us.
The both of y'all have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you by the state if there's one available. Do you understand these rights I have read to you today? And do you have any questions for me at this time?
To this way, I forgot,
course, yeah.
honestly.
No, it's this way.
Right.
You get used to it after all.
I
And then
physically
take a-
can't get in this building, so like I will never get used to it.
Alright, okay, that's...
I have a genuine skill issue with this hospital. I'm stuck in here.
What the fuck is this?
In head
Okay.
area.
In... So,
Can't get out. Daddy.
Oh.
Need a carry.
Who's calling you daddy now? What's going on there?
Pick us up and
Not
get us
you.
out of here.
Well,
We
I
are getting
can.
you out of here. We're walking you outside. the
Watch where
door.
you put your hands.
You
It's
weren't
zesty,
saying
mate.
that. You weren't saying that earlier.
Oh, yeah. It's a skill issue there because
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
not.
you weren't
Skill
touching
issue
my
that you
ass.
put- Get your hand off my penis! What crime have I committed? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Oh fuck.
It's
I
like
forgot
a
to put
flesh
them in.
wound.
I'll have to show you this. I'll show you soon, Francis. You'll
There you go.
Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest. Get your hand off my penis!
How are you gonna get in the car?
I'm gonna call a car.
Okay. hold on.
No, he's gonna
Run
walk.
him over. Run him over. Run
He's
him
gonna
over.
walk.
Aw.
Don't run him
I could
over.
roll him over.
Run him over. Just give him a little love tap on the
Little
back.
love tap.
No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am scared of him. No.
Well, you're a
He
pussy.
can turn into a dragon, just so you all know that.
422.
Oh, bad.
The
That's
last time- the
badass.
last time he
One
actually turned into a dragon was on top of the
76
Uru
MRPD
Cafe
with
and roasted
2
5 people
1095s.
alive.
Nice.
I wouldn't be
Well,
scared.
Adrian
Just...
fucked around and found out. She tried to jump up after him and got absolutely roasted by it. Francis has the ability to transform into a dragon. Don't fuck with that.
That is.
Yo,
hot.
dragons are
It's
fucking
dangerous.
incredible. Hot
Yeah, he's like
and
breathing fire all
dangerous.
around you, everyone was running away, and then he
I didn't
flew
know
away.
you like Kesha so much.
Luckily for me, my ears are plugged up.
Hi, Rocky.
Oh, welcome
How's
back,
it going? Ladies arrested because of
should've run him over,
goofiness.
What is it with you running people over, bro?
It would be funny.
Well, you just missed out. You just missed a shootout. So.
Well, I didn't want it to be a shootout, but you made it a shootout. Sadly.
What happens in a shootout?
So what happens when Wolf pulls up with a taser and says he's gonna tase you?
This is the way it is.
Like, should have just flipped us, Wolf. Honestly.
I did not flip y'all.
Should have.
You could
I'd
have.
have flipped you off and then shot you. That's what I'd have done.
Yeah.
I don't have to do much of that.
Unlucky.
I shoot when I need to.
The fuck was that?
Something interesting. Something. Right. You can come this way if you want.
If I want, so I can just stay here if I want to, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I
That's
mean,
just
you
being
weren't
polite.
specific.
I'm never specific.
Specific.
Specific. Fuck off.
Specific.
Door open.
I'm surprised they don't like stay in the back. Okay,
Good.
but-
He's learning. He's learning from me. Wait, is that Andre Ring? Cool. Is that my fucking grandson?
I believe so.
Oh no.
Get in a fucking cell before I fucking
I wanna
climb.
go in and
Searched yet?
And
Listen,
Andre,
listen, lad. If you don't get in that
searched.
fucking cell, I'm gonna take your fucking man down the Asdas and bang her on the fishing
Mhm.
outlet.
Mate, you can't do that if she's 6 feet under, mate. Get a grip.
Come in here with me.
Alright, I gotta go. I've gotta write these
Let me go
reports.
in with Andre.
Everly, did
Fine,
you
just go
search
in.
her already?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
Wait.
I was
so-
literally off duty.
Come on,
So,
ma'am.
Andre,
Over
never
here.
off duty.
You realize you got your granddad
Ma'am.
and your great granddad here.
Yeah. Great family dinner. This is.
As long
No,
as
we
Annie's not comfortable,
fucking-
we'll be fine and not have food poisoning again like last time.
Alright, let me help you remove your mask, okay?
Okay.
Alright.
Paul was putting this bean lasagna thing in the fucking plants. Like,
Andre.
and he was like, "What are you doing?" He's like,
all with you?
"I'm just
Alright,
sharing the
give me
love
one
with some of the plants." It's such great food, my love. Like, it's like oh
Turn
my
around
God.
for me.
Andre.
Darkos.
Who is that with you?
Someone take these shackles off, please.
Am I close
Yeah,
to
if
Well,
you
I
can
didn't
search,
run his.
Francis.
I didn't. I
I've
have
been
searched
searched.
all of them.
Bye, Everly.
I searched all of
Alright,
them
I'm
on
gonna search you
Steam.
again just to be sure. Okay.
Alrighty,
Anything that can
ma'am.
poke,
And what is
stick,
your
or
name?
potentially
Lady at
I wouldn't know, I've been
Rungaroven.
cuffed, so I don't know what's in my half pot, but I'm
Uh,
pretty sure
I'm
it's
sorry, I
okay.
cannot hear
I
you.
took a piss
There's a lot of
and
commotion
I
going on
got,
over there.
Knuckle dusters off.
It's
Uh,
Lady something.
Lady at
question.
Rungaroven.
So I
There you go.
took a
What's that?
pistol and a knife off of her,
Okay,
and
why
I
are you
think a
carrying
flash.
$9,000 in cash?
Because I don't put money away.
Well, if another grand over, and that would have been right for seizure. Just so you're aware of that, you can carry 10 grand round on you, but any more than that, it
Doing
treated
kinky
as-
cuff things without
especially
me?
if
Oh,
it's
Alright,
imagine.
and
treated as
she's
contraband.
being charged
In case you just
with.
weren't aware of that
So
or anything
her
less than.
charge it
You should not walk around with more
is
than. Because
gonna
if you're
be
stupid enough, you walk around
robbery,
with like 40k in your pocket.
possession
The
of a
police is gonna
class
take it.
one.
You know what's funny?
That is suspicious amount of
Evading.
money.
165k earlier.
Attempted
yeah, you could jump in and
murder
do that
of
and
a
then come
peace
out and pretty
officer.
Yeah,
stupid.
that would have been pretty.
Oh God, yeah, she did shoot.
He's clear.
And,
And
that's
make
the,
make sure that you add being a bad bitch on there too.
Can I get my fucking knuckles and torn?
Being a bad bitch.
Yeah, I am that
I'm not sure we have a
bitch.
penal code for being a bad bitch. Wolf, can you confirm this? Do we have a
Able to
penal
add
code for
one.
being a bad bitch?
Yeah, you should add one just for
sure
me.
It was armed robbery or just robbery
just
Everly?
robbery. We're just
Okay.
gonna do robbery.
Yeah, we were
Everly,
chilling.
where are you? I don't see Everly. Everly,
I'm
flop
right
on the
here.
floor and then unflop.
Yeah, fall down and then come back.
Slay.
Oh, there you are.
Uh-huh.
You were
Okay.
you were
Yeah,
bopping
they've-
around, you were
they've
booping around
all
on the
been-
floor.
They've all been searched. I don't know who this is in here with Andre.
Are you going to identify for us? You make our lives easier.
Can
Or
I get my knuckles and
well, put it this way, right? If you don't identify, then we'll let
I will
these two.
identify, but can I also
Okay.
get my knuckles and torch back?
Put your
will
fingers in my
absolutely
enclosure.
give those
I don't
back
bite.
before we send you to prison.
No, don't give them before they go to prison. You come back and get them after you've been to prison.
well,
Give them fucking knuckle
Hey,
dusters to
look,
take to jail.
hey.
Give me your digits then, so I can call you.
Andre knows how to find me.
911.
Everly, so
Yeah,
charges.
no, listen, Andre knows how to find me. That's my grandson.
Alright, right. I'm just gonna. It's fucking your other grandson.
You can also
Oh.
think about
Oh my god, I get
911P, okay?
barely fucking hear.
All right, Ty.
Open your ears, you little puppy.
Put your
This is why we
fingers
have-
in my enclosure. I don't
This is
bite.
why we have different. We usually go to different ends and not right across from
Have
each
you
other.
been fucking potty trained, Wolf, yet?
Shut up, Andre.
Put your fingers in my enclosure. I don't bite.
Everly, just make sure it's
Pirate.
Yeah, what's up?
robbery, evading, and attempted murder of a
Adrian.
public servant or
Yes,
peace officer.
Queen.
So you're.
Yes, queen.
Yes.
Oh my
I'm not only
fucking
gonna
god.
say this one more time.
I
so
can
you're
barely hear you.
Anyway, 10-3.
robbery,
10-9.
attempted murder of a peace officer.
Continues to bite. Yes.
You shot at us. That's
No.
attempted murder.
No, that was a BB gun.
Robbery.
BB gun my ass.
Oh yeah, that so felt like BB's hitting me in the leg.
Yeah. I know what you mean. We're just
So
slightly
robbery,
larger than
attempted
BB.
murder of a peace officer.
What's that, sir? What were we saying?
Possession of a class 1 firearm and evading.
Okay. Okay, that's the one that was missing.
Do you want to put
Thank
your
you.
hand outside of the cell for me?
Anything for you, daddy. Joking.
I'm just going to do a GSR test.
Mate.
Well, if you didn't fire a gun, you come up negative, right? Nothing to fear, nothing to hide, nothing to worry about, right?
Yeah, go on for it. Do it.
Alrighty,
Sit
ma'am.
through the door. Hold up.
Hello.
See, Ty, your problem is you also tried to steal a police car.
No.
So yeah.
And your
I'm
name
like, you
is
fired.
Ladiette
Okay,
Run.
so at this time I can confirm.
Run,
that
Roven?
you have come back
Roven,
positive
yes.
for gunshot residue.
Okay, awesome.
It was on my cloak.
Alright, so your charges for
Doesn't
today
matter,
are
it's on-
criminal possession of a weapons class
Bro, you
1,
actually fired a
attempted
fucking
murder of a
gun.
peace officer, evading, and robbery. Your fine is going to be 28,850, and your sentence is going. Your jail time is going to be 50 months.
Imagination.
Oh
15.
god, all right.
15, you said,
15
right?
or 50? What did
50.
you say?
50.
Okay,
No,
5-0.
fuck off.
I think we should perhaps knock 10 off because I blew them all up.
Yeah, you did blow us up. Come on.
reduce
Come
by,
on.
reduce
40.
by 10 months, yeah.
So 40. Okay.
I fucked around and found out in a 4x4.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Andre's only getting 15 because he surrendered and then.
Okay.
Technically-
There you go.
Andre also didn't
Should
get
put your
blown up, so-
fingers in my enclosure. I don't bite.
Allow it.
I don't want to put my fingers in the jail cell.
I've got 10
Put
minutes
your
taken off
fingers in my
Andre
enclosure. I don't
surrendered
bite.
The moment he realized he was fucked.
I don't bite.
I'm sorry, but right, I can't.
What's going
Should
on?
I? Should
Put your
I
put your
test it?
fingers in my enclosure. I don't
You wanna
bite.
test gunshot residue for her?
What?
I don't bite.
She wants me to put my finger inside the.
He's a bad dog.
Don't do that.
I don't bite.
That's
Come
insane.
on. I don't bite.
He probably does, and she probably does really hard as well, so don't.
I don't bite. No, you could
Well, I
trust
bite harder.
Any
me.
woman that says, I don't bite,
Absolutely bite.
they absolutely bite viciously more than any other normal person. I know this from experience.
I
okay?
don't bite. Come on. I don't bite.
That's absolute
I will
bullshit.
be absolutely honest with you. I fucking bite and I bite hard.
Alrighty, man. And what is your state ID?
97?
97.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty, have a safe trip to Bolingbrook.
Well, don't send it yet. Don't send it yet, dickhead. We're sending it at the same fucking time, you muppet.
Okay, Ty,
Figured
you're
it-
looking at attempted murder of a peace officer evading, criminal possession of a class 1, theft of government issued property, and robbery. You're looking at $53,850 and.
I licked their finger. They stuck it through. Please. I don't bite. Come
We
on.
have increased the fines within PD quite significantly. I already taken 10 months off your sentence.
Yeah.
That's almost a whole year. No, we're not going to allow it, bruv. Blood, my
Bruv.
G, my guana.
Gangster shit.
A woo it.
Oh, look, it's fucking.
Anywho, Ty, how do you plead?
cheese. Hello, Wallace.
If you say guilty, it makes it a lot faster.
And how do you plead to these charges, ma'am?
I never wanted to shoot for reference. It was Wolf's fault. He's a bad dog.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not.
Guilty?
Yum. Oh, puppy. Yeah, that's right.
He's a runt of the
My bad. My bad. Did he just lick? What the hell was that?
How do you plead, Ty?
I said guilty.
I say you stick your finger in here.
Everybody's so fucking
I'm a
loud.
victim.
Jesus Christ.
You're fine. Alright, Andre needs 15 months. Ty,
this on the floor.
it needs 40.
Can I have like 20, please?
I'm leaving that on the floor as well.
Ty, what's your favorite number?
I beg, don't put me in for that long. I'm gonna remit some random.
Ty, what's your favorite number?
127.
Alright, Everly, let me know when you send them off. I'll send off.
50.
Goodbye, nerds.
Andre just needs 15 months.
This is.
Alright, have a safe trip.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
See you later. Holy shit! Whoa! Not you standing on me like that.
Well. Well. Anyway.
Hey, yo.
You're.
You wanker, mate. I don't have cuffs. Well, that's unlucky. Well, I still got the diamonds and iron and gold, whatever the fuck.
Nice.
Mama, I'm in love with a criminal.
I won't lie, I ran out of bullets, or I would have been able to kill Everly.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that she was shooting at my fucking ankles until it was too late.
I've never actually seen the woman's prisoner outfit.
Yeah, it feels. I feel
Well,
robbed.
shit.
I like y'all's pants better.
Makes us look like we made out of dump trucks. What's going on? What
I
is
just
that,
wearing
you fucking-
fucking leggings. Like,
Connor.
who the fuck wears leggings to prison?
Women.
I'm in here for
Fuck
40 months. This is cringe.
Hey yo.
I'm in here for 42.
I'm only in here for 50.
Bitch.
Dickhead.
Dickhead.
Give him a good old slap round the back of the head. There we go. Right.
Any minute now.
Next
Any
time,
minute
I
now.
see
I'm
your
not gonna
hands.
fucking flip my stupid car, and I'm not gonna let
See my
Wolf
hands?
arrest me.
Mm-hmm.
Swear to God,
I-
one of you's gonna go down.
What?
Holding me collarbones.
Then you had to sue for leggings. Yes. Sue for the leggings.
Oh, mate, you built like a fucking potato wedge.
Am I though?
So
I'm
do
fucking
we-
hungry now.
Same. Do we just
Yeah.
get like yoinked
Mate.
out of here when shit's done? Or do we have to like go up to the register? Or not
No, we
register,
get
fuck.
younged out.
Ah, okay.
So how many times do you want to escape before we get arrested again?
I mean, I don't.
100% of the time, or what?
Huh?
How many times do you want to escape before you get arrested again?
Well, I've just told my grandma, right? As soon as I hit fucking 69 convictions, I'm retiring from the crim life.
That's not happening, mate. You can get a grip.
He'll take like a day or two off,
Wait,
and
we're
then he'll
going
be
to
like,
420 convictions. I don't know what you mean.
So all I'm saying is, lads and lasses, we're gonna go hit Big Bank after this.
"Oh god, god
It's
damn!"
bookstore robbery.
Just to make
It's
a
so
thought
bad.
lock
It's
for
actually so
leggings,
shit for money.
please.
What the fuck?
All I'm saying, lady, is we're popping all your cherries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I ain't complaining, so.
Oh fuck! Is my car gonna be impounded? Oh, I'm gonna lick
Probably.
someone's ass. If it comes to it, I'll just buy a new one. I'm so happy I deposited my money though.
Yeah, for real.
I had 260k. If I was walking around with that, I would actually brick someone's name.
Mate, I paid for ladies fine. Just saying.
Yeah, you did. I saw that.
Did he?
Yeah,
I had the money for it.
don't care.
It was 53 something odd k.
No, hers was like 28,500.
That's cringe. Just because I shot, she shot as well.
No, I got charged for that too. I think it was like something else. I think you got the extra charge of like stealing the car and shit, didn't you?
Well, I had to steal a cop
donkey.
car.
Mm-hmm.
I should just
You
ran with
fucking
it.
donkey.
I wanted to flip the car, get lady, and get you all out, and I died on the floor because I had no HP.
Idiot.
Fuck off! I had no armor and I had no fucking bandages left.
Yeah, I
had
didn't
I
think
bandages
wish
to
just
bring
I
in
your
wish
case.
I didn't
armor.
fucking gun in my head.
Yeah, so do I, you fucking dildo. Because I dropped
You're
Wolf,
a
yeah.
fucking dildo. You
Listen,
built like a fucking
listen.
strap on, mate.
I dropped Wolf, yeah, and I had no bullets to drop Emily. I was lost. Nothing
And I was
could
stuck
do.
in the fucking car, so I
And then
couldn't
she
get out
went
fast
fucking
enough.
down. I was like, well, fuck me, I'm fucked. I'm either picking her up, putting her in, and getting in the car fast time, or we're getting elbows owed.
I don't know what this
And then
conversation
fucking
is.
Pool over here comes in his wee fucking red bike like Batman and fucking shoots my dick off.
So now you're dickless.
Who
Interesting.
had the mini SMG, by the way?
Me.
You dickhead. Could have used
Fine.
that, you know?
Mate.
Don't go for naps.
Nah. Well, all I'm saying is, right, you're staying awake for after storm, yeah?
Aye, we're getting guns, don't worry.
Aye, we're gonna get those guns.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I. It's not fair. I can't do that shit back without it being weird.
I mean, true, but
It's not like I haven't heard it before. Wait, what?
You
That
haven't
shit's
heard
good.
mine, bitch.
Not yet.
Yeah, it might be a forever not yet if you keep that
Yeah,
shit
get the
up.
fuck.
You get the fuck.
You get the fuck.
You get the fuck.
you get,
get
the
the
fuck.
fuck.
Get the fuck.
You get the fuck.
Get the fuck.
Get
Get
the
the
fuck, you fucking cunt.
Chicken and a can of coke.
Chicken a can of cock.
Oh my god.
Can of cock. Can of cock.
Cock.
Can of cock.
Can of cock.
Yeah, yeah.
Aye. That's what Caden wants.
Who was that? Your grandfather, I think, is the dragon
I think
guy,
that was
right?
my auntie, innit?
Aye.
Grand auntie or whatever.
Nah, so Everly's our grandma.
Mhm.
Pool is our granddad.
Okay,
Jimmy is
so
our
like-
great granddad. Aye, they are gonna see a lot of us.
So like,
There's
if
a lot of
fucking
beer party
Gonna be
if
the
I-
worst people in the family.
so you
with the rinse of the
fucking
group.
your granddad was like, all right, I guess I'm claiming you as mine. And I was like, usually people ask you for my name first, and he's like, I am happily married and taken. I was like, oh, my bad.
Oh my god, what you hitting on my fucking granddad?
Yeah, well, I didn't fucking know he's your granddad, bitch.
Well,
That
now
would
you
be
do,
hella
bitch.
awkward.
Yeah, now I do, but he also seems like a lot of like fun to
Innit,
mess around with, so
Oh,
not in that
oh my
way.
God.
Not in that way.
Yeah, stop chatting shit, you.
Ah!
You're gunning in the fucking bin.
Oh my god.
I will send you the hell.
Mate. Fuck you mean? I'll send you to Jupiter.
I'll send you to Uranus.
Oh
I fucking don't. Oh, that's not good at all. Oh no, we're still in prison. Okay, good. Where is the fucking? Yeah, well, these two are kind of wild. Where's the door? Can I get in? That's. That's I saw you fucking yeeted. I don't know how I'm here. Like, I don't know where I am, what to do. I'm gonna try and fucking... Now I'm in solitary confinement. It's fine. I can't get out. All the doors are locked, I'm pretty sure. When a lady just leaves prison. One of these doors has gotta work, right? Where did you end up? Well, it's fine. I will be in solitary fucking confinement. Let me in. You literally got fucking flung. I don't know how I ended up over here. Well, I'm trying to get... Let me in! Let me in! It's okay. Lady can handle being alone. See, this is why we shouldn't put the three of them together in prison. Not the thought walk in prison. I'm deceased. I'm trying to... She's gonna be stuck in here anyways. Oh, hey, here's a way around. Okay, bet. Hey, Django. How's it going? Okay, now where's the door to get in? I've only ever been to a prison once, and I don't remember how to do anything. So... Yay, prison! I'm good! Lady just got caught. Wait, what the fuck? Oops, to Thoughton. They were just robbing a store and then ended up turning into a shootout, and lady's like, well, if they start shooting, she's not gonna not shoot. Unless she has a good reason to, but... Wait, the door in the last prison was... over here somewhere. That was the gardening area. I would have run it. She can't get out. I'm not outside of the prison. Also, that definitely would be fucking against the rules if she was, so I would have to... Oh yeah, here we go. I think this is the infirmary, question mark? Oh wow, they have all the doors locked. So she's just gonna fucking wait here. Do they only have the main part of the prison unlocked? Oh god. Well, you know what? It's okay. We'll just sit at the table and wait. Yeah, I don't think you leave the main area. I have no fucking clue. Well, we will go think about our decisions. I mean, there's locals here. I don't know. It's fine. We'll just... Oh, people go to prison all the time. I'll just fucking wait, I guess. I knew the second that she started doing crime with Ty and Andre, she's like going to prison. I was like, there's no way she's not going to prison. There's probably gonna be times when they'll get away, but like, love y'all. Y'all are messy as fuck. So, She's just like, you know what? I'll take the isolation. I'll take it, but now I have to like. We need to be less messy. You know what? Sometimes the mess is fun though. Also, the fact that Lady didn't escalate it at the store was fun. It was nice. That was good. She was just like, you know what? How you doing? We're having a day. Having the fucking day. I had something to say and then I got like messed up. How long? We're gonna be here probably until Meteor. No, Happy's. There's gotta be a way in, right? Like, I don't fucking know. We'll find out. This is what happens when you like. Wow, Happy, wow, going to a party when Happy has no clue she's in prison, okay? He has no clue whatsoever. Okay, so when you're in prison, are you supposed to only just be in that one spot? Because I might have to like you might be stuck out here until her sentence is up. Y'all are the best. Apparently there's a breakout system. Obviously, yeah, it's just fucking getting fucked. Well. Oh, God. Is there a report system? Hold on. Had yeeted out of prison and need to get put back in. I'm not like out of prison, but like got yeeted out of. I'm just gonna. You know what? Yo. It's a bug. Information about the bug. The void then between the prison walls. Vecna. Vecna prison. I don't have a fucking image URL. Just gonna help. Help! The next thing we hit, we won't be getting caught. See, this is why you should... I keep getting pinged. Hold on. keep getting pinged for things I don't want to get pinged for. Stop. Girl, I gotta go piss. I gotta go piss, Coral. Okay, give me a sec. Give me a second, I'm gonna go piss. Okay, chat. I'm gonna put music on. Silly, goofy music to make. What is the? Hold on. Give me a second. I need music to fill an empty head right now. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. That's Ty, by the way. I figured by the fact that you said hi, sexy. Alright, I'm going piss, girl. I'll be right back. Shut up. You know, this is the first time Lady's ever gone to prison because she got caught. The only other time she went to prison is because she turned herself in because Ibrahim was like, let's turn ourselves in. Because her best friend got caught. So she's like, all right, bet. Walks up to the lieutenant. Here's all the marked money. I have a silencer on my gun. Take me to prison. That shit was so fucking funny. She was just like... she was just fucking like, yep, here's all this shit. And he's like, why are you handing me this? She's like, it's a gift. He's like, why do you have this? Because I just robbed 2 stores. Oh my god. Wait, there's some clips. Hold on. I need to see the clip of them fucking... that cop blowing them up, please. Hello, ladies in prison. And accidentally out of prison, but like in prison. Where's the one where the cop was like, oh, I didn't get the whole thing. I have to go back. Oh my god. So he just he goes, I'm gonna do this sick jump. Jumps out of the car. Sends the car into Lexi's jump. If you know what that is. If you don't know what that is, that's the jump that's in the canals. That has the, like, if you don't make it, you die. Lady fucking showed Hicks that jump and was like, we're gonna do this jump. She did that jump and he was like, wow, that's not worth it. And she's like, nah, it's worth it, it's fine. But yeah, it took Lexi's jump. The cop fucking blew them up even though they were already dead. That shit's so fucking funny. Da-da-da-da-da. Sassa's live. Oh, he's probably DJing. Yeah. He do be DJing. I'll have to hold it for the bucket in yourself. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Excuse me. Not him being outside. I bet you Lady could go see him. Get the fuck. I swear to God if I start saying that more often because of y'all. I said I bet Lady could go see him because she literally could just walk over there. Da 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 da. Wonder if she could, like... Yes. She looks so weird with this hair. Yeah. So it's already been 15 minutes, which means we have... Another... 20? Oh, jail... See, I don't know this shit. I've never been in jail before that, so... Hey! So I have 13 more minutes? Or does that mean it's been 13 minutes? Another jail. I mean, she's been to jail, but she hasn't been caught and been to jail. Like I said, the only other time she went to jail is because Ibrahim was like... 13 more minutes back. Because Ibrahim was like, hey, let's turn ourselves in because his, at the time, girlfriend got caught. So Lady was like, fuck it, bet. Went up to the lieutenant and like his at the time cadets and was like, here, I have a gift. Hands them marked money, hands them marked money, hands them marked money. Yeah, I also have a suppressed pistol on me. And they're like, why do you have this? And she's like, I'm turning myself in. I just hit like a store and a half. So she went to fucking jail for 75 months. It was the funniest fucking RP ever. That's when she first started. She's like, put your finger in my enclosure. I don't bite. That's why she does that. Put your finger in my enclosure. I don't bite. I don't bite. It was actually Brittany was one of the troopers. The Brittany who's in the Sinners here. was one of the troopers when that happened, and she stuck her finger in the enclosure, and lady bit the fuck out of her finger, and she's like, "Aha, joke's on you! You don't know where that's been." And lady was like, "Aha, that makes it spicier." Shit was so fucking funny. And then Lexi found out that she went to jail, and like, he was like chief of police, but also like, what was chief of police, but also was one of her part of the family that she was a part of, and is one of Ike's adopted parents. Lexi was like, "So I heard you went to jail," and she was like, "I don't know, maybe." Back there, right? It's back there, isn't it? Like, over there? Yeah, there he is. She can actually... Not over here. I have to go all the way around. I can't find this rock you're talking about. So you have to go all the way over here. And then you can run all the way back. Bow, bow, bow. Like, I'm still in prison. Like, there's no way I can get out of here. But why did they put me out here? It's the question I have. Banana. All the doors are locked. Look at his broccoli ass having.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm not too bad. How you doing?
I'm not too bad either.
Bet.
We go rob Big Bank after this?
You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
Fuck it. That's the attitude I'm looking for.
You know, if I have to come back here, I guess, you know what? Fuck it. Why not?
We ain't coming back here ever.
Uh-huh. But you want those 69 convictions, don't you?
Aye, but in time, I'm gonna try and get them all in one night.
I don't know. It feels like you could speed run it.
Oh, 100%. I ain't gonna do that.
Uh-huh. You know, you didn't have to pay for my fees, right?
I wanted to.
I know, but I don't want to make you spend all your money on me, bro.
Money well spent, in my opinion.
Wow. That's cute as hell.
And plus, why would I want to spend my whole life in prison? You trying to be in a fucking prison relationship or what?
Nah.
Exactly.
That was cute as hell. Wait.
How the fuck did you get here, by the way?
You know, I told you I'd send you to hell, but I sent myself to hell instead.
Aye, too fucking right you did. I went back to the fucking room with Ty.
It's okay. See, that's what happens when you mix chaos magic with the universe, you know?
Aye, well, now you know not to do that for next time, yeah?
Yeah, I'll just punch you down instead next time.
Oh, that's fine. You can beat me.
Oh, you into that?
I'm king than getting beaten.
Yeah? Good to know. Good to know that Daddy likes to take a little beating sometimes.
I hate you.
You fucking love me. Haha.
Oh, that's a very strong word.
That is a strong word. I kind of gagged a little, I'm not gonna lie.
Aye, well, it won't be the first. It won't be the last time you gag.
Yeah, you think you can make me gag?
Only one way to find out.
I'd like to see you try, bitch.
Aye, bitch.
Joke's on you, she has no lungs and no gag reflex, so get good. She does not need to breathe. Why are you putting your hands on your hips like that? So, I don't know about that. Mm-hmm. You sound like a motherfucking microwave over there, just Ding!
On their phone.
Not the phone notification.
How long left you got?
I got 5 minutes.
Okay, dokie.
Yeah. Yeah, poor fucking Ty's just stuck by himself.
I know, right? At least he's got the prison guards to keep him company.
What'd you say?
Said at least he's got the prison guards to keep him company.
True. Meanwhile, out here, there's like fucking nothing until I found you over here.
Aye, exactly. Bro, those fucking seagulls sound like the fucking.
There's seagulls fucking?
They sure sound like it was like.
That's wild.
Right? Retweet.
Retweet, retweet, retweet.
Retweet. Retweet.
Ah, yes, it went to
Oh,
4
yeah,
minutes.
you'll have to go back in yourself.
Yeah, well, they can come drag me back.
I'll fight them.
Yo, one of the fucking cops stuck their finger in my enclosure and I licked it.
Stuck their finger where?
In my enclosure, when I was in the jail cell, they stuck their finger in there and I licked it.
Oh my god.
I was gonna bite it, but I didn't want them to have the satisfaction of like being right about how hard I was gonna bite it, so I just decided to be a little freak instead.
That's what you are, a freak.
You fucking know it. But that's for you to try and find out later, I guess. The way that they talk to each other is so funny. Uh-huh.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, I also didn't hear, huh?
No, I was too busy fucking replying. I kind of zoned out.
Yeah, that's what you get for zoning out at this time.
Come on, tell me.
Oh my god. What?
Don't be a brat.
Oh, I can be a brat all I want. I'm behind fucking bars.
I fucking know that you can be a brat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be a brat. She's just like, I am one though.
Did you get the same amount of months as Ty?
I did, yeah.
Okay, bet.
2 minutes, let's go. What about the yard?
Oh, the announcer said no shitting in the yard.
Well, no shitting in the tall grass.
Still be counted as the yard.
I mean, it's a good thing that I don't got a shit right now.
Wait, women poop?
You are the worst for that. You are so incredibly terrible for that. But also, you're right. You're right. I don't got a shit. It's fine.
Why am I terrible for that?
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Huh?
Why am I terrible for that?
Cause why I hate that when men are like, women don't shit. I'm like, I will shit all over you. Don't you AO that? Wait, no, don't you AO that? The fuck? The fuck?
Some men are into that.
I know. Jesus Christ.
Fucking finally!
Wow.
Oh, fuck, I get all of this shit. Oh.
I think the only thing she had was her gun, right?
Better not. It's on the street. It's not impounded. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello.
Hey, they didn't take my fire extinguisher. Nice. Why am I still in these fucking clothes? They took my clothes. It's because I bit them, isn't it? Or licked them, rather. What is this? Why did I get a photo that isn't a... I got it. I got a bag of empty air. I got a bag of empty air from that officer. How dare he?
Wagwan dickhead.
Wagwan G, my friend. I did.
Hang on. Gun
Hang
get
on.
changed.
Gun shot.
Oh. Wait, don't drive. She jumped off my back.
Oh shit.
Nice. I'll make sure to drive just for that.
Yup, just run me the fuck over and take me out.
What am I listening? I need shit back from Evelyn. Give her a call.
Okie dokie.
Will they actually give you your shit back?
Well, she said I could have it back, so I'm getting it back.
Bet.
I'm gonna go get my car from fucking wherever the hell I left it. Because they forgot to impound it, the stupid cunts.
Tragic. For them, at least.
Yeah, at least I get my car back.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you think 3 will be enough for a big bag? I think we need 4.
Yeah.
Who do you think would come?
Oh, there's not enough cops on duty right now.
Well, that's a wank thing, isn't it?
I guess we're just gonna do a fleeker.
We could do 3 with that then. Sound.
Mhm.
Like 40 odd K, yeah?
Hello, my favorite and only grandmother. Ty would like his stuff back.
Are they fucking... Ray, are they fucking...
Okie dokie.
Are they fucking...
Alright, bye.
Or is
She said
Enzo
that
like...
she's in a chase right now, so she'll give me a call and then you can both get your
Right.
stuff back.
This car is
I
wank.
might be heading that way. Let's go. Fucking get it.
No, so are we going to this party?
I want to go to a party. Yo, Happy's DJing. I want to fucking go.
Fuck's sake.
Nice.
As if they fucking forgot to fucking impound your car, what donkeys?
I know, right?
They were very busy with us just being all... just being fucking dead.
I'm okay.
That's fucking brilliant, this.
Do you want a clothing bag, Andre? I got 2 of them on me.
Just go to a clothing store. What the fuck?
Okay.
Save it.
I'm hitting highway jump first.
Yeah. Oh, I.
Daddy.
Daddy chill.
Daddy chill. I hate it
Perfect.
here. Also, that was hot as hell. The jump, I mean.
Hey. Hey, yo, a bit zesty, you know.
Yeah. Oh, you know I fucking love the fly. So.
flip into that.
Oh,
Come on,
yeah,
come on,
yeah,
come on.
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, that's a fucked up reverse entry, innit?
Yeah, it is.
I had to fucking mute some purple eyes real quick so I could hear triple.
Not you looking at my eyes like this. Wow.
I
That's
mean, we're both
fucking...
looking at your eyes like that.
Yeah, true. Renewable PD or is she in chase?
No, she's in chase. She said
Oh.
she's gonna ring.
Alright, calm.
Bruv, I don't know why I was stuttering there like a fucking muppet, but is what it is.
No clue, but let's go get
Who's
changed.
this?
I'm gonna fucking pass out.
Apparently I can't come out of a fucking car properly.
Fucking can't. Oh god, I still have my fucking
Oh,
hair.
nice fit, dude. Nice fit.
I know, right? I didn't mean
Where'd
to
you
choose
get
this
that
one,
from?
actually.
Where'd you get that from?
Oh, this little dickhead called Andre.
Oh, nice fit, dude. Where'd you get that one from? Do you want this fit as well?
I wish
Aye.
they had a fucking barber shop over here.
Yeah, we're brothers. We need to
Where you
dress like twats, you know. I need to go to pawn shop, sell this fucking diamonds and gold.
I need to go to the
Check
fucking
your
barber shop.
emails. Gonna rock up to this party in the same fucking outfit.
Aye. I'm down for
Wait,
it.
what?
Party, wait, what?
Oh my god, y'all. Wait, there's that dude. I know we don't have that same pants as y'all. Do we have a fucking hoodie that looks like that? Alright, download.
Maybe I can show you like the basic one. Basic one is this one.
Okay, I'll check.
What the fuck? Up in Vinewood. Oh, okay. Shut up, mate. Shut your giggy.
Sure, you're okay, fucking wind your tits in.
Wind your chabs, you dick.
Mate, wind your nips in.
Mate, I'll wind your nips. Don't worry. Give them the fucking Chinese
No.
burn. Wait, that's the wrong one, isn't it?
Shit.
Nice.
Well.
At least I've got a fucking puff hoodie to fucking wear instead of a shady shirt. But I can't put it back on, which is cringe.
And we've got the fucking green screen boxes.
The green screen boxers.
Not the green screen boxes. Okay, I'm too lazy
Oh,
to
no.
do this.
Hey, yo. Nice boxes, dude.
Where'd
you get them?
did this?
Where'd you get them from?
Why have we got a fucking...
You've been stealing me fucking boxes as well.
Mate,
Damn.
we have the same fucking drawer for the boxers, we mean.
Outrageous, mate. I get it, you just want to be me.
I don't want to be you, mate. I like your style, that's about it.
Where's the red jacket? I want
Wow, I think that's the first time you've ever complimented me. Thanks.
I'm about to punch fuck at you, mate, I swear to God. Oh, dick.
Alright, bet.
Oh, let's go to this party.
Go.
Wait, you said you're stopping that pawn shop, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh my god, fuck the door! Right. Jeez.
Happening, Caden? Aye. It's been a minute, innit?
What have you been up to?
Getting arrested.
Just got
sadly.
out of prison, mate.
Doesn't surprise me one bit.
Should. We don't get arrested usually. I made an
That's
I made
true,
an
but,
oopsie, mate.
I mean, getting into the situation in the first place doesn't surprise me.
Does it not?
Mate, all
It
I
should.
know is I came back from Gannon in my head, right? And I've got cops surrounding me with guns pointed at me. Alright, mate. Absolute fucking buzzing.
It was great. I
That's,
don't know what you mean.
that's really good timing for you, isn't it?
Isn't it? Mate, good thing is, Wolf was laying down in the stream shot to shit, so who cares? Bad dog.
I just watched his body fucking.
Yeah, I'll probably show up there because
It
last
was
time I went to a
well funny,
party,
it was.
something happened. So
No, I bet.
yeah.
Hop in if you want.
Stay safe, you do. Like, fucking... Yo, Spud, are you alive?
Spud.
Spud.
Oh, Jack a potato.
No, you come with me.
Robbery.
I did not tell you. You know what? Whatever. I'm not fighting you today.
Is that another Scott?
No, Irish, close.
No, it's Irish.
Oh, yes!
Close.
Yes!
Close though. Hello, how are you?
Alright, how are you?
I'm alright. Besides being manhandled back here.
Mate, I've got fucking family from Cork.
Hey, that's where I'm from.
Are you actually? Fucking
I am.
deal.
Yeah, I am. I've lived in the States for a long time, but I am from there.
This doesn't look like a
Wait.
party. This looks like a pawn shop.
Wait,
Yeah, give us a second.
Wait, I have things that I can. Why can I sell? What the
I can
what?
also sell. Wait, no, I can't.
It's just how the man inside the pawn shop tries to pull you in, you know.
It's a diamond ring. Fuck off. I don't have a diamond ring.
Go.
$4 grand. Are you having a fucking laugh?
You having a giggle, mate?
Having a fucking giggle, mate.
Shut up.
Make me.
Yeah, I got shouted at earlier.
I will, Daddy. Don't worry.
There you go. Fuck.
Gigi,
Get
no one else.
You sure you're a fucking giggy? Wind your fucking chibs in, you fat knee.
Mate, you wind your chib, you fat neat.
Fuck, I can't be dealing with this for much longer, man. No, I can put up with you too. That's funny.
You
Wait, where
got
the fuck's the shite party at again?
6072.
Oh, it's right to our left.
Right there.
I see it.
Do you? You actually see it?
Aye, I do, you fat neat. Now shut your mouth.
Calm down.
Mate, Caden, get a grip.
Went the wrong way there, Wolf. Get came on.
Right.
Did we go the wrong way, actually? I think we went the right way because we're on the right track.
Whatever suits you the best, I guess.
Mate, whatever
Yeah,
floats your
fuck the
boat.
fences up.
Aye, fuck the fences. We're going in here, eh?
No, no.
It does say parking driveway on the phone. Don't know if you saw that.
Shut up. I actually hate you.
Whose
bitch.
fucking agath is this, bro? Jesus.
What is that
Rex's.
fucking shit show of a car?
Mate, it looks like it looks like some sort of
Are you
fucking
telling
Hot
me that
Wheels
you
car.
carried me in a four-door when I could have sat by myself?
Hello,
Hello,
you little bastard. How are you?
you cocksucker.
What have you just said?
What have you up to? What are you up to?
Where's the party at? Is it upstairs?
running from cops
I'm
and
guessing
shit.
it's upstairs, yeah.
Doesn't surprise me.
Dance floor upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking happy.
Yeah. Happy's
No, it's
DJing.
having much enough.
Boys,
Is that it?
what's up? Yeah.
What's happening, big man?
Somebody.
What's up?
What do
What's
you
up,
mean the
boys?
shop?
Yo.
Yeah, fucking.
Lads.
Yeah.
Or as Andre might say, Wagwan.
Wagwan
Fuck
dickhead.
one dickhead.
Fucking
love you guys.
I
fucking love
I
you.
couldn't see what you were.
The best. What do you mean?
That was good.
Oh,
Dude,
I've
I
got
fucked
a,
up.
I've
Dude,
got
I
a
fucked
question.
up. Dude, I fucked up. Dude, I
What'd
fucked
you do?
up.
What'd you do?
Alex, why would
If
you
you
do
hard
that?
knocked me, you're getting fucked.
Oh,
Alex, why would you do that?
I didn't do it.
Get a grip. It was you, kid. Shut up.
Good.
I know you want to touch me.
Oh, I got to keep the sticks and do this.
I know, I like
Yeah.
picture- oh.
I wanna move. I wanna move.
I need to get armor.
Face straight into my eye.
Thank you.
Stop complaining.
That kind of pick up. We don't
Okay.
flash everybody.
Haha, you funny dude.
Horrible, did you get Deluna fucked up over there?
So,
Yeah, girl, she drank the drink and she got fucked up. I told her. I told you, don't fuck around.
Fucking
Can we
Ty,
check-
stop
we check
shaking
him?
ass, bro.
What?
Damn silly seven.
Yeah.
Alex, I didn't know you were dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought these bracelets were just for show? We're at the rave.
I'm doing this.
Is that what you're doing on your time off? Practicing dancing, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you sound different, or is it just me?
Wait, can we do this one together? Hold on.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
Okay.
sound
Yeah,
different.
I made it over here and I didn't
You
pass
sound
out.
different.
Is it possible?
I
to do
told
this?
been
I
5
told you
hours.
she's strong.
You look different. Where you
I
pink
do.
There you
yours?
go.
Bro, the pink Euros that.
How'd you like
sure.
them?
You got it.
I'm not
I
kidding.
drank vodka with
Don't
them
make
too,
it in
dude.
Bro,
Damn.
it's only been like nearly 5 months, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
drank vodka with it.
maybe.
Probably was not a good idea, but you know.
Well,
There we go, Happy.
it's all liquor, so, you know, liquor before beer, you're in the clear.
What the fuck
Why
have
don't
I
you
just
keep them
heard?
shots anymore?
You've never heard that saying, liquor before beer, you're in the clear? Beer
No,
before
what in the
liquor, you
American
get
is that?
sicker?
What in
Yeah.
the fucking American is that?
It's
What's
actual fucking facts.
Actual statement.
Fucking Americans, am I right?
Ah, you fucking hell.
Alright, guys, fuck, shut the fuck up.
Shut up, Alex, you dickhead.
Fucking one room 15.
Fuck one 15.
That's crazy.
What's your BBM pin?
What's your BBM pin, man? Mate.
Oh wow, she is like.
Okay, am I good now? Is it
I've never
fucking
met
done?
this guy behind the bands.
Are you still drunk?
What's up?
No, it's
So I've
done
never
now.
met you. Who is that anyway?
Who?
The guy next to you dancing.
It's Alex, from Misfits back in the day.
Oh, what? No way. That's mad.
Yeah, you see my pants?
I see you what?
Fancy Misfits.
I did it. Oh, madness. You this?
Sorry, I can't even read. I'm dyslexic as fuck.
Hi, pretty much.
That's wild that the Misfits came back. Because
Fucking
Lady
Rex
just
over
leaned
there,
about
these
him.
robot moves.
Oh, Rex is killing it right now.
What about us? Look at us.
Yeah, I see. All that booty bumping.
I'm working on my fucking muffin.
Not the muffin.
Aye.
Not the muffin.
We need to be caked up. We need to be the most caked crims. I mean, not crims. We're not
Oh,
criminals.
Totally didn't just come out of prison.
Definitely not.
No, not at all.
No, I got in trouble earlier.
Boy, behave.
I got shouted at by Libby and Gavin.
It was funny. It was fucking funny to witness.
Wait, you got yelled at by Libby?
Yeah.
For what?
ODing on meth. Inside.
You fucking dumbass.
I OD'd on
After
meth
just
inside,
getting hired at VU, by the
after
way.
just getting hired at the VU inside though, yeah.
How the
I
fuck?
was actually hired
Trying
yesterday.
to change music.
Actually, no, 2 days ago. So I wasn't just hired.
Hold on, girl.
I didn't know. Everyone else was.
Oh, not that one.
doing shit. I just realized I have the music.
Not that one.
Am I hearing Wolf downstairs?
I'm watching his purple eyes. It looks so sick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that because I can't hear it.
Do it then.
Damn. Who's you?
Who?
Pardon, pal.
Someone burped.
Oh. Girl, you hear me burp all day. I don't know what you're saying. Damn, excuse you.
Right.
Hold on.
You're used to it by now.
Alex.
There's an off-duty fed earlier.
By the way, if you guys need food and drinks, there's vending machines downstairs.
You have vending machines at your own house?
I got
Oh,
drinks,
shut.
vending machine, pool, projector, coffee, you name it, I got it downstairs.
Wait, whose house is this?
Rex,
Ryan.
Rex's house.
What?
Yeah. This isn't even the fucking house part. This is
Nah, this is
the
this is my dance pad, bro.
There's so many fucking trees in here, mate.
No, we
I
need
like
to
my,
slow
I
dance to
like
this
my
one,
trees,
bro.
bro.
I don't like
What
it.
you mean? Cherry
I
blossoms.
see. Mate, I see.
Cherry
I'm
blossoms.
getting
be it,
music.
man.
Hold on.
Bruh.
Hold the one.
This is not slow.
You see the view from the window yet?
Have you seen my view?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, fuck it up with plops. Let's go. He fucking pulled
Hey,
plops
yo, we're
out.
bringing out
Let's
the,
go.
we're bringing out the horses. You never told me that, bro.
Crazy.
Right there with
Bringing
you.
the horses.
Yeah, it's plops. Plops are unicorns.
Why do you have a mask on?
Man, brought the horse out. Gotta bring the horses out.
Yeah.
Why does he have a mask? There's like 5 people here with a mask.
Yeah, but... Oh yeah, it's not like it fucking matters anyway. You've got them built onto your fucking face, look.
You're insulting him, mate. He's vibing.
I'm not insulting him, bro.
Yeah, he's
I'm,
just
like,
chilling. The fuck?
Like the amount of shit that we've gone through, fucking in the past.
Uh-huh.
Are we taking masks off early? Is that the plan?
What did you say?
Fuck it.
Put your hands up and your pants down.
Yo.
Hey, yo.
I'm saying that to the next cop I
The
see.
first time you've said to me.
What?
Ty, you don't remember that time when fucking took her pants off and she was in her fucking underwear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've still got that picture, you know.
What?
Where?
What'd you say?
Got a picture of a cop in her undies.
And does it?
God damn. He might not fly back in after a storm.
I can't help it. Once the song's over, I can stop it.
Go in the purple eyes to hear it.
I'm sleepy.
Oh yeah, fucking. Is that Kira?
Hi.
That was when we did trick or treat, innit?
Yeah.
That's fucking valid. I forgot why the fuck she did that.
You see me, Caden? You see me?
Oh, wrong ones. Well,
Wow.
wrong muscle.
Yay, yo.
Wrong muscle.
What is this, mate? Oh, mate.
Oh, getting to it. Yeah.
I unironically hate but like young at the same time. You know what I mean?
What's that?
Incorrect person.
Still don't have my fucking knuckles and torch metal on
You
my back.
can't go wrong with Sam Smith, but like just this song is just isn't it? For me.
Seems
She at least have 50 armor, which is nice. Not my hand twitching. The fuck.
Oh, you know. I need to grab drugs.
Yeah, I need cocaine if you're going to get some.
I've got way too much meth. Someone please take it off me before I kill myself with it.
Give me all your meth.
Right, I'll
Are
give
you
all my meth.
whispering? I can barely hear you.
I'm yelling
I
at
was
top of
not
my
whispering.
lungs.
Not you.
Right.
Like,
27?
It's enough.
You think
Yo,
that's
Rex
a lot?
is getting it in right now. That's all I know.
Right?
2 days ago.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Are we gonna be?
I did not mean to do that.
Wait, hold up.
Ooh.
Hey, Kaden.
Hey, listen. Thought I couldn't throw it back?
Kaden.
Okay, oh shit, Rex is throwing it.
Oh shit.
Hey, yo, look at his gear.
Yeah, getting to it.
You're the one who kidnapped me.
Y'all all
so I
here.
don't have a car.
Just remember that.
Okay. Neither do I. I didn't bring it.
That was my car.
What I do in my domain's my business. What you do in yours is yours.
I'm smoking cigarettes.
Y'all
Are you
nowhere.
Maria
Powerpuff
wants to come, but she doesn't have.
Of course.
Why?
Oh, cool, girl. Ooh.
Ooh, smoky.
I drink dip.
Not the chain smoking,
Yeah, girl.
goofy.
Hey, yo, how is she doing that on the step like that? That's mad.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know, but I've never wanted to be a step so bad in my life.
Here we
That's
go.
a shout, though.
Rex.
Oh, shit. Storm's
Getting
coming. I
going.
can't fucking wait.
I'm honestly shocked you're still awake right now, Ty.
Same. I failed to do
He really is.
something
That's
for the last two
funny.
storms, so there we go.
What?
Not telling you.
Oh, word.
Best goddamn story.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
The
am.
only
Gonna
reason
have
I'm
a fat,
tired is because
ginormous party with some weaponry.
one, I need to eat, and two,
I'd be careful doing that because of how close it is to storm. You'll get in trouble for that because you know it doesn't give people time to respond to it.
What?
Yep.
What are you talking about?
You do something bad before storm.
But
you get in
also,
trouble for it.
For one, to stop before storm, and okay.
getting like the piss beaten out of me. Not literally, but like.
For outfits all over again tomorrow.
What about making outfits tomorrow?
Technically, it would be.
My
Next one,
body
wouldn't it?
just does
The
that sometimes.
For what?
He has
clothes.
attraction toward it. It's cute.
More?
Lady fucking
No,
loves it.
Technically, the tomorrow that you're talking about should be this storm. But
Wait, there's more coming?
No, they're supposed to be combining all of our clothes together into a new like thing.
Yeah.
Because PD's supposed to be getting new clothes.
Ah, shit.
I'm
gonna wake up naked again.
Yo, I already fucking woke up with my tits out. The fuck?
God, I woke up with a big butt.
I might take an hour and sleep because
You not see what I have to wear on a fucking daily?
I'm getting the shit beaten out of me by my body right now.
Alone, if I wake up with another fat ass, I'm gonna
I'ma
freaking
love it.
freak out.
I'ma love it though. It's so much cake.
You know how scary that was waking up bloated like that?
Probably.
Is it bloated or loaded?
Listen, I was
Bloated.
bloated, and Billy lost her cow suit in the jail. Okay, so
Yeah, probably like 2 hours. Either way, I think stream's gonna end when storm hits.
Don't get
And if I'm
arrested.
on, I'll be on.
It wasn't her that was arrested; it was me.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I had a slumber party.
Yeah, we had a slumber party in the prison.
Yep, I made you get up.
We had a good time. Until we woke up.
Baby, are you waking up
Frick.
after storm?
I am for a little bit.
Are we actually gonna spend time today?
Oh, I'm gonna be so mad if I wake up
Yes.
naked. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Send pic.
You know, you always say a little bit.
What
and
do
then
you mean
go
send a pic? We're all gonna be next
longer
to each
than
other.
A little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, typically like I'm typically like an hour, and then it's like 3 hours later.
It's gonna be awkward.
Hey, yo,
I think it's a
Private
wee bit
Club.
awkward, aye?
I mean, it's either that or scrolling through TikTok all night.
Wait, I forget. Which one? Are you Katrina? I can't remember.
Yes,
who's who.
I am.
Oh, okay.
Well, you not me.
It is so weird
It's
seeing
been a minute,
Ibrahim
though.
I know it's
like this
been
with someone.
busy.
Bro, stop.
Aye.
It is so weird.
Working on houses,
Wow.
making new friends.
Oh yeah, I remember that. eh?
Girl, you see Rex
Tested for what?
I know, Rex
Oh, wait,
was
no,
headed
wait,
down.
no,
Rex,
we
why
had
you
that
not
conversation.
hired in the View or fucking Galaxy?
Yeah, shake your ass in Galaxy. I'll
Extra
give you money.
ADHD stuff.
Oh yeah, the ADHD, if you will.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mine-
I
Uh-huh.
have my own club for that. It's right
Hell
here.
yeah.
That's not a club.
It's my house.
I don't know how to talk to people.
Yeah, but we're not required to tip you here.
It's not a bad thing to get tested for it, you know.
No one's
Smoke
required for that.
cigarettes.
No, no one's required to tip.
I like this house because I'm like inside,
for a good
but I'm
time.
outside.
But I'm outside. Yeah.
So I can smoke a cigarette.
Oh my
Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
hell.
Right in front of your face too.
Directly into Andre's mouth. He
you're
shotgunned
not.
that
He,
shit,
I was
bro.
about to say he shotgunned that bird.
Man, I've heard him do worse. I don't even want to chat. Oh, you fucking wanker! I was taking meth.
Well, you're gonna be taking it on the floor.
It's like it. fucking.
Wait here, wait here.
I love that my French just screamed.
What are you
Take it off
doing?
my, you can take it off my stomach now.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, get into it. Get a little bit on the titties too. Get him on the
Alright,
tibs.
Lick my belly button. Get right in there.
You're sorry? You tell him to lick his belly button?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah. Hey, what?
What's going down over there?
I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'd better not, mate.
Wow,
What the
you
fuck
just
are you doing by my ass, mate? Getting a bit zesty out of the way. Get a grip.
I'm sorry, did someone say zesty?
Oh, I
Get on your
fucking
dance
miss Lil Zesty crew.
Oh, Lil Zesty exists here. That's what I was for
He
Halloween.
does. Oh my god, yo, I just
Yes.
make it a fit that
He's
reminded
bringing
me of
the
Raw Dog. So
I was Lil Zesty for
Oh
Halloween.
my
You
god.
want the robot? I got you, brother. Ready?
I gotta bring Raw Dog back.
What is going on? We got
We need Raw Dog.
Mate, I drank fucking
Lil
full
Picante.
bottle of
Yeah, Lil
Red
Picante,
Cola.
Raw Dog, Lil Zesty.
Big chug.
Yeah.
I drank 2 liters of red cola, mate. I'm fucking dying.
Mate, you'll be fucking pissing out red colour in a minute. What do you mean?
What's a
Pissing you?
liter?
Mate, that's the SD's hell. Fuck off.
What?
Yeah.
What? Right. First of all, I've been.
See, look, I'm
threatened
not
to
the
be
only one
shot
that
on all over me,
zesties.
and now I'm getting threatened to be
Wait,
pissed
who
off.
threatened to
Fuck
shit
Scan.
on you? Scan? The fuck? Friend to shit on you?
He was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like, yeah, women don't shit," and I was like, "You want fucking proof?"
What are you doing?
Don't know, but they're gonna get shot.
What?
The PD actually here?
The funniest
the
thing
fucking
is, she couldn't actually
Right.
prove it.
I wanted your
She'd be
orange
proving
justice.
his point that they don't shit.
Right, and you're the one chatting shit to
Jesus
me, eh?
Christ.
Fucking dickhead.
Is this a window or is this an opening?
Don't worry, I'll pull it
Yeah,
back
it's
with a
window.
mad one.
Okay,
Oh my god.
bet. I was like, I could walk into it, but you know, I wouldn't walk
Walk
off.
off
so.
and die. Oh, I wanted to
That's
jump off. It's
you
fucking
can try
thunder.
jumping into it, but you know.
Oh, bet.
My guy's playing Thunder. Fucking ACDC, I think.
Fuck.
You dickhead. Thunderstruck.
Stop landing though.
Mate,
Mate.
God damn.
we're the demon
Mate.
ones.
Actually, do have fucking demon ones.
Yeah,
What the fuck's
we're
going on with you?
dance, mate. What do you mean?
Huh?
Where?
I. Damn, I mean, if you're gonna do that, there's a couch right over there.
That's for you and him, not me.
No. Get the fuck?
Hiya, mate. A bit closer. Just gonna go up past you real quick.
Oh yeah, look at the ass wig.
What is this dinosaur shit, mate? I'm
Just
creeping
approaching. Yeah, approaching slowly. Hey, yo.
up close and personal real quick. Just my bad, my bad.
Up close and personal? Say what?
He's just all up in my grill. It's like, oh, there you go. Oh, there.
Jesus Christ. I'm about to go off the fucking edge, I am. Go through the window, man, swear to God.
You do that, you're liable for my window. Just saying. Those
Fuck
are
you,
fucking
mate.
expensive as shit.
Don't care.
Oh my god.
What are you doing? Why are we so far apart? Just over here doing fucking semicircles like a donkey. I'm fucking washing the window now.
You're making me pop a belly laugh. Oh, the dolphin
Right.
came out.
Don't bring the dolphin, oh god.
The dolphin came out.
I heard it. I heard it.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh my god.
Stomach hurts.
So this mine, but I drank too much red cola, that's why. I feel like I feel a belter coming though.
Uh-oh.
Y'all
Cherry
y'all
cinnamon.
gonna fucking hear it like.
Orange cherry cinnamon.
You should just make him shotgun it again, you know? it going?
Marbo, what did I miss?
It's a fucking skill issue.
Oh, he just had my fucking dolphin laugh come out.
He dipped out of here,
Oh,
right?
I missed the dolphin laugh? What?
Aye.
It's a Luna.
Yeah.
He dipped out of here, right?
I don't think so.
Who?
Fucking nuns that dragged the cops up here.
Who dragged the cops up you?
Excuse
The one in the, he's an orange fucking car. I don't know what the hell his name is.
Tell him he was
Showed up.
there.
Oh, so the Misfits member.
I don't know who it is. I just know they drove a car. Up there and dragged the cops
Mate.
up here.
Oh.
No, he's here.
Oh, Caden.
I'm also very sleepy, Micah. Yeah, you were laughing so hard. That was so fucking
Oh,
funny.
mate. I feel so lightheaded right now.
Oh my god. No, wait, she's like in the
I'm
corner.
sucking extra air for a massive one.
Say dance with me.
Bro.
Mate, I'm doing it. I don't care.
As long as it doesn't come out the other end, we're fucking good.
Hey, don't worry. If I feel one coming, I'll definitely stick my voice box on my ass.
God.
Just for you. I just realized how bad that sounded.
You gonna suck your own ass?
Nah, mate. I'm gonna suck Andre's ass.
Oh my god. Update the casino car? Ooh. Hell yeah.
Anyway, fucking suck your mum. Anyway.
Bro, I don't have to. You're sucking your own ass, man. It's good. Don't worry about it. It's all
Mate
free
Rex,
country.
I'll fucking shit on your chest,
Yeah,
mate. Don't worry.
sometimes you just gotta do it yourself. I mean, you are the best one to do it, you know?
See, I'm not that fucking elastic. I won't even lie.
I mean,
You got 9 minutes left, guys.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
Oh my god.
So you got time to go park your cars and shit. Get the fuck out of here. There it is.
Ah, that was shite.
Okay.
so funny.
Thank you guys for coming.
Later, guys.
Later.
I don't care.
Are we leaving or what?
As long as you sleep out here, you ain't sleeping in my house.
I'll sleep in your house. I'll sleep in your attic, mate.
What happened, attic?
Mate, I'll sleep under your stairs like Harry Potter.
This is.
Actually, downstairs is probably the comfiest place to sleep because I got the comfiest couch down there.
Bet.
Oh, then
I
let's
got a
roll
pool
out.
table. You could literally live up here. I got pool table, fucking soda dispenser machine, coffee machine, food machine.
Yeah, you know, I used to live
All
outside
kinds of shit
Munchie
downstairs.
Stand, so.
Yeah, she picked the worst time to go in her head right now.
Oh no.
Hello?
Your
I'm
sister.
back.
Oh, dance with me.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, then Scottish prick.
Why'd you tempt me, dick?
Why you tempt you, wee dick?
Get a grip.
Yeah.
Hi, mate. You shove your voice box up your ass, why don't you?
Shut up. Who's fucked my window?
Was
mate?
that
I'm gonna start punching
Mercury?
Fucking people.
Was that Mercury? Oh,
the fuck out
shit.
there.
Oh, you're hard.
Knobs fucked my car.
Oh, a white jugular.
Yeah.
You're-
I changed it up a wee bit.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I have a white jugular.
I knew Ibrahim
Wait, I'm
would
gonna
do
cut the
that.
jugular out.
Please, thank you, Daddy.
Shut the fuck up, you.
Yo, the thank you, daddy, and everything. Damn.
Do I even have your number, mate?
Have we not we've hung out so much. Have we not exchanged numbers?
I don't actually think so. I don't think I've ever seen your number on my shit. He's a.
Does she have
It's actually
Ibrahim's
kind of
number?
wild.
Yeah, it really is. There you go.
Cheers.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, he was like one of the first people she got. Ah, this is close
Mate,
to
my
where
stomach actually fucking hurts.
Ibrahim
so
used
does
to
mine. I just fucking fucked out an entire fucking.
Aye, but
Is
right.
that
I've just laughed like an
is that
absolute
actually
fucking
Ibrahim's old
dolphin.
house?
I know. I'm aware of that one.
Like, if I had lost anymore, like that, I would have passed out. Take so much fucking oxygen and I'm asthmatic.
Lucky.
Shut the fuck up.
Make me.
Huh?
I can't fucking accelerate. I did a nice S360 and I just can't accelerate. That's great.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. So we're doing that thing after storm, yeah?
Aye, 100%.
Good, good. Do we take lady? If she's awake?
Pay me 500k, then sure.
I mean, they'll probably be asleep, so. Not the 500k. Secret.
I don't even know how much I got from that. Ken, what's your favorite number? I'll just give you 9k.
Hers is 97.
Oh, there it was.
Paid 1 mil? God damn. I
wanna
mean,
make a good
500k
jump
is
off
fair,
that
but
into here
damn.
somehow.
Wonder if I could see better if I'm in her eyes.
Right. Get a grip.
No.
I can't tell. Oh, this is in her
Nice,
eyes.
nice,
No.
nice.
Wow. This feels
I've actually
familiar, and
never-
I don't know why.
Shut up. I actually have no fucking idea how that's happened.
That was kind of
Fucking
wild.
shit driver.
Andre, mate, shut up.
Fuck me.
The way she has to resist saying time and place. It's because you're carrying me. You can drop me if you want.
No.
Get me.
I'm in. That's what he said.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
What is this wee rat spot? Oh my. Shit, right. It's actually kind of mad. I could lose them like that. Right, let's try that again without fucking it sideways. I don't actually know how that happened, to be honest. Right, that's how it
Mate.
happened. Mate, this
Third
thing's
time's a charm.
hitbox is a bit wild. I won't even...
Third time's a charm.
Shut your mouth, man. Allow it. I've not been awake in a couple of while, so I'm a bit rusty. I won't even care.
Rusty.
Mate, I'm gonna shove a rusty wrench right up your ass. Shut your mouth. Yeah, fucking
Move
keep
me
on.
up, baby.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
Touch your fucking melt, you.
Fucking spat all over there.
Ah, you minging cunt.
Oh, mate, what you on about?
Your dad.
Right. Don't even have one, but alright.
Neither, but what's the point? What do you do, you dick?
I don't. What do you mean? I
Add it
don't.
or something.
Get the fuck. Get me out of this fucking car. If you think Eddie's my fucking father, then you have never sound more fucking deluded in your fucking lifetime.
Shut up, mate.
It's
I'll take
like
the piss.
listening to a different
I'd
language.
rather fucking
It's
shit
so
in my hands
funny.
and clap than have Eddie as my father.
That's crazy. I went over it. What?
Oh my god.
Didn't actually know I could go over that. crazy.
I understand part of what they're saying.
Second time,
I'm
eh?
also like sitting here like,
Second time, yeah. Can you count?
No, I'm dyslexic, you fanny. Shut up.
Dyslexic as letters, mate.
Dyscalculia is fucking numbers, mate.
Yeah, well done. Well done. You're
I
learning.
have that as well, I'm pretty sure. What do you mean I'm
You're
learning?
learning. You're learning about your disabilities. I'm proud of you.
Right.
I hate you, man. I fucking hate you.
No, you didn't. You love me, really.
Oh.
I actually kind of do it. What's wrong with me today? I'm probably just too fucking knackered. I won't even lie. I actually can't
Right, well,
focus.
Go make a fucking coffee.
Mate,
Back down to the apartment and make a coffee and chug it.
Mate.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Mate.
Nah, yeah, may just fucking bring the Portaloo with us. Why don't we?
Fucking will, mate. Don't you worry. I've jumped over it
You
again. I flipped it as well. I flipped it as well. Nah, right. I'm so fucking done, mate.
my
Fuck
God.
me, yeah.
Oh my god.
This is fucking atrocious.
Your driving's fucking atrocious, mate.
It's the way that all of this is just
Never a
potato.
fucking dull day with us.
For fucking
precisely the fucking
real.
point.
For fucking real.
That's what makes us the fucking best.
At least you'll never be bored.
You know what?
That,
And I
yeah.
appreciate that.
It'd probably be better if she was sitting in a seat so we can actually see what the
I
fuck's
know I
going
can't
on.
see what the fuck is happening, but you know.
Fine. Get off me back then. Go on.
Wow, bitch. All right.
Who you fucking calling a bitch? Mate, mate.
Mate. I'm gonna.
Fuck's sake.
If I would have drove off that, I would have actually fucking fumed.
Hello, Porta Potty.
Fucking hell. Right.
Wow.
Nice.
Now, this is the tricky bit. Fuck me. Fuck it.
I'm honestly just waiting for the car
I
to
hate my life, man.
explode.
I can't do shit. You know what? Fuck that. Cut that. You can suck my dick. I can't even do that! What is wrong with me? I can't.
Sorry,
You just. How the fuck's that work then? Tit.
I'm gonna
Oh
put it
my
on it, apparently.
God.
Mate.
God damn.
Mate.
You should. I was gonna say, just get out and
Right.
use your own hand again.
Let's just say no rat tricks or we're gonna get arrested again. I'm just gonna drive in a straight. Mate, I can't even drive in a straight line at this point. What's happening?
Oh
Hopefully
my
this fucking
God.
piggy used to hit big man. I want hit big.
Well, I'm sorry, right? But I ain't hit nothing, right? Until you go into your fucking apartment, make a fucking coffee, and you have some fucking energy. Because this is fucking ridiculous! It's fine.
Oh mate.
I'm
fucking, I'm fuming, bro. I'm fuming, bro. Alright, we're doing different jumps, mate. Fuck this one. This one is a taking the piss now. I'm actually fucking fuming out the teeth.
Why are you driving off without your dick?
What?
You drove off without her, you dick.
I didn't, you dick.
That's why you're single.
Mate, what are you talking about? Can I grip you?
Never mind. Right.
I was
in my
gonna
defense,
say.
that one is very hard to do.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know
Right.
you're trying
Mate.
to get it.
I don't think I've ever... Mate. This is the most I've ever flipped my car in like 5 minutes.
Hey, yeah,
Shut
wait.
Oh man, I actually fucking can't. This is the worst I've ever driven in this shit. I actually swear to God. Yeah, that was the cleanest fucking 360 I've done off of that bridge ever.
Nice.
Love it.
I'm scared. See the fucking one trick with the fence that I showed you? I'm scared to do that one because I feel like they're gonna be fucking dickheads.
Little dickheads.
Yeah, I think they're gonna fucking like suck my dick or something.
Hi, but you'd like that though, wouldn't you?
No, only from Nev.
Hey yo.
Felt relatable.
yo.
Oh, nice. Oh, and landed it. Let's go.
That's the only one I can land at the minute. That's well cringe, actually. Why am I so bad at driving today? It's actually embarrassing.
That is embarrassing.
I've never done that way before. That worked quite well.
Not
enough speed.
The lag.
Unlucky.
My computer is like,
One more time.
turn
for
me
this and
off,
we're dipping
bitch.
to my garage.
That is embarrassing. That
Mate.
is embarrassing.
Shut up. Come on, land that you tit. Thank you.
You tit. That is one way to ride a pole.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. I know. That is what she said.
Oh, why the fuck? Right. I think I do need coffee. Mate. Can't actually drive for shit.
I'm gonna.
What the fuck?
Bruv.
Why is there so much emphasis on the
Bruv. Bruv.
It's like a fucking fuckaroo, mate. Shut your mouth. Alright, we're doing this, fuck it. Not this one,
Nice.
but the one over here. I'm only maxing 120, mate. What is this shit? I need to get NOS on this thing again. If I fuck this up, then I'm well shit at driving.
Oh, I think I know what he's doing. No.
Alright, if you fuck this up, then I'm gonna become the driver and you're gonna be the hacker.
You can fucking suck my dick, mate. Alright.
Nice.
It was
That
very
works.
close, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to end stream. I'm having.
The car went around, cunt! Anyway.
Oh.
Every fucking time, man. I swear to God.
Oh my god.
That was the most embarrassing driving I've ever done in my life. Anyway. Oh, we need a boat.
So we do. I've got a speedboat.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Fucking. Alright, sick.
So we'll do the ting.
Ting.
We'll do the tingy ting. I will do ting. 15.
We'll need to go up to Sandy first.
Aye. So we'll do that, and then, I might make a shit ton of drugs. I'm not gonna lie and sell it. So I get a bit more peas.
Sell drugs.
Aye.
Yeah.
What kind of
hate
drugs?
you.
Can you sell
I
PCP to
hate
locals?
No.
No, you don't.
No, you can't sell the stuff you make at the table to locals.
Mate.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The way you can wear a mask and
my-
withstand the stench is incredible.
It's not stinky, mate. My breath's good.
Uh-huh.
Do not, mate. I think you need some Colgate in your life.
You fucking what?
Maybe a bit of
You
fucking Listerine.
fucking what?
Who the fuck are you talking to, you little dick?
Um,
Wind your chebs, or wind your tits in a fucking knot.
I'm speaking to Tyree Quintarius.
Imagine
Not-
the name was
not the
fucking Tyree
government.
Quintarius Rain Pill.
Yes. Yes.
That would be well funny, that.
This is gonna be fucking Tyree Rain Pool.
Oh, why?
I wanted mine to be Andre Blackpool.
Not the two.
Oh yeah, I saw your hospital bed and fucking.
Yeah, we
PD.
saw.
Oh, not
Aye.
PD, fucking hospital, innit?
Yeah,
Hey,
still Andre
yeah.
Black.
Mhm.
I haven't
Oh,
actually been
the
to hospital in a
song.
hot minute, actually.
I can change that right now, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Need my fucking knuckles in my fucking.
My torch back. They nicked my fucking torch.
Aye.
I'm gonna gonna shit on Emily's chest?
No, you're not, because that's grandma.
No, I'm joking, mate.
Hey, yo, an
Disgusting
earthquake.
fucking creature.
Mate, shut up, you dusty you. Man, I'm gonna slap your nan in half.
Mate, you're built like a fucking trolley. Wind your fucking chips in, you fat knee.
Bent like a fucking grapefruit, mate. Get the fuck.
This is the most British.
Didn't you fucking start? All that reminds me of is KSI's fucking video.
Oh my god. Alright, everyone. It's fucking wild. Hilarious. He's house. Anyways, I'm gonna raid out. Let's see. They're so fucking funny. Y'all are menaces though, for fucking real. Who am I gonna raid? That is the question. Hey, are they gonna still play Distinct? Pastel's doing DVD right now. I think with code? Johnny Bang... SR is doing Johnny Bang Bang. Yeah, she's one of the ones I was looking into. Because if I want to keep it indistinct, I would send it y'all to her. You know, fuck it. Fuck it, we raid. Did Sasa? I think Sasa raided her as well. Alright, bet. If y'all are interested in knowing when I go live, because I do not have a schedule, I just kind of go live when I feel like it. You can join the Discord. I basically just use the Discord to say, hey, that's when I'm going live. I don't think you wink. And if you don't feel like joining Discords, which is fair, I also have socials. Like I have a Twitter that I have stopped using because I've been so into GTA stuff, but hey, behave. Behave, bitches. Behave. Anyways, we're gonna go raid Lady Time Lord. And I might be back in city later. Mommy, who the fuck? Get the fuck. Get the fuck. Anyways. We're gonna go raid them. I might be in city later, might not. Tomorrow I will be doing Celestia. I have Celestia business. But yeah, get to see Lady in her natural habitat of supernatural shit tomorrow. You know what? You better prepare yourself to throw a hissy fit because I am tired as fuck. I don't know why I'm still recording. Stop that. Prepare your pants. No, I'm just gonna pass out knowing me. It's just gonna be like full on passed out. Yeah, I'll see you guys around. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific time is when I'm going live again. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow or later in the city. Who knows? Yeah. Goodbye.